farmers vulnerable. Next. Still, our current our food system is currently facing crop failure significantly, which is reduced crop and livestock production and productivity due to the increase we've been talking about. We have also increased pests, infestation, and other weather-related plant pathogens. We have also higher order impacts like increased cost of production. So we are still having that issue, that challenge of putting in a lot in our production system. And then yet we are getting lower profits. We are doing most of our farming is conventional agriculture, and this has significantly been one of the contributors to environmental degradation and the climate change issue we still are facing today. And we still have monocropping. So we are eating away forests, and we are replacing it. We are replacing also biodiversity with the monoculture. And still we have deforestation, which has led to land degradation and water pollution, still water scarcity. Next, sir. So what needs to be done? I'll pose this question to each one, me and you, everyone in the room. What should we do? We need to rethink the agricultural system that can sustainably feed the growing population and also conserve our natural resource base. So that's what we need to do. Me and you, we need to rethink. We need to find out what can we do. How can we revamp our healthy food system? How can we reimagine it? How can we change our food system? As you can see the pictorial, some of the vibrant youth, they're reimagining, they're discussing what needs to be done on how they can sustainably feed the growing population and conserve the natural resource base. Next. Still, these are some of the problems that are affecting our food production system, food security, and then the nutrition. Talk about the problem of the soil loss. So this has been due to the erosion, the loss of organic matter, soil carbon. We have got water contamination. We are using a lot of pesticides today. Even where they are not needed, we have to employ chemicals. And remember, whatever we do is really affecting our soils. It's affecting our water. All these pesticides we spray in our gardens, they all end up in water bodies. And this is the water at the same time we are going to be able to consume and use for other purposes. Biodiversity loss. Yeah, wildlife and habitat. We've lost this. The beacon decline, the vanishing of crops and breeds. So this has all been due to the things we are doing. We think it's just normal, but not knowing that we are endangering our food system. We have air emissions, the methane, the ammonia, the nitrous oxide, and the carbon dioxide. And still, these things are affecting our human health. We are getting a lot of cancers today. But why? Because of the repeated use of these chemicals we are using. And also disappearing wetlands. We are draining and tilling everything, everywhere we see a space. We want to farm there, we want to build there. So we are destroying what we need to conserve. Next. So this is the vicious cycle of soil and water degradation in the industrial system. So you are seeing that we are having high stocking densities, animals, we are having over-application of these nutrients through manure spreading, the intensive use of the chemicals, the chemical inputs, the aggressive soil practices. We are over-cultivating our land. And we have intensive water usage. And these are all leading to soil and water contamination, soil erosion, and then reduced water retention. So our soils, that means, can no longer hold the water which is required. We are destabilizing our water cycles. The salinity from all these other, the chemicals we are putting in our soils. And so all these are affecting our biodiversity, our land degradation and loss, and thus becoming a threat to productivity. Next. So still, as you said, agriculture, not only a victim, but a driver of the greenhouse gas emissions. When you look at the global greenhouse gas emissions, so you realize that agriculture takes 14% of what comes out of agriculture is contributing to this, the green gas emissions. And you can be able to see here all these, the methane, we are seeing a lot of gases which are coming out of our agricultural practices. You can continue. Still, the question comes back, what needs to be done? That means we need to rethink our agricultural system that can sustainably feed a growing population and conserve the natural resource base. I'm going to encourage, also kindly ask each of us to take on this statement, what needs to be done. Everyone, all of us, you are going to say this statement. What needs to be done? Can we speak out? There is a need to rethink agricultural systems that can sustainably feed a growing population and conserve the natural resource base. Continue, sir. And that's where we are having agroecology. Comes in. So that is what we are rethinking. That's what we think can be able to revamp, to reimagine, to bring back our healthy food system. And that's what we have as agroecology. And agroecology simply means, we are applying ecological concepts and principles to design and management of sustainable food systems. And still, it's a social movement. It focuses on participation, co-creation, social justice, increasing food security and resilience. And also it involves, with the first statement I started with, work with nature but not against it. That means it involves working with nature rather than against it. So to enhance productivity, we have to have that in mind. We have to work with nature but not against it. And these agroecological practices, they're going to prioritize our soil health, our biodiversity, and the well-being of the farmers and the local communities. So when we look at this, we are seeing the different levels upon which agroecology brings this transformation. Agroecology reimagines or revamps our healthy food system. So when you look at this, here we are having the principles, and here we are having the different transformative levels, how agroecology makes the change, makes the reimagining. When you look at level 1 and level 2, we are focusing, or we are doing the transformation. The transformation is occurring at the farm level, at our farms. What can we do with what you have, the small resources you have? How can you be able to transform the food system? And so here in level 1 and level 2, we are increasing resource efficiency, reduce external scarce and environmentally damaging inputs, and then we also have on level 2, we substitute agroecological alternatives for conventional inputs and practices. So in this level 1 and level 2, we are seeing what possible ways can we put in less and get more. Because basically with issues to do with agroecology, we are not firstly looking at the high production, but we are seeing at the food security at home. Can you have what you have, however small it is, but will you have it today and tomorrow? So we have to be mindful of the future. Because when you look at the conventional agriculture today, for it it's looking at high production. But then, are you going to have this production consistently? Because we are having a challenge of limited land. But then, how can we use that which we have as little as we have it sustainably? And so that's why the first level 1 and level 2, are telling us that. So then we substituting agroecological alternatives. So where we have been overusing pesticides, chemicals, yeah? What else can we do? What alternatives, what agroecological alternatives can we really apply to see that we can limit or reduce the usage of these chemicals? Can we be able to make our own fertilizers? Can we be able to to bring out the synergies, to see that each of the activity, each and everything I have on my farm, it works together with each other? How can we bring that? This is what all these principles of agroecology tell us. When you look at this, it's telling us the biodiversity, the animal health, the soil health, the synergies I'm talking about, the co-creation of knowledge, social values and food traditions, economic diversification, the fairness, the participation, the land and resource governance, the connectivity, recycling, input reduction. Each of these principles of agroecology is telling us something. Our soils, if you have a healthy soil, that means you are going to have healthy food. And if you have healthy food, you're going to have a healthy family, healthy people. So what are we doing with our soils? How are we managing our soils? Are we able to manage them sustainably? Because you know we have a lot of microorganisms in our soils. But how can we ensure that each and every activity we are doing does not destroy these microorganisms? Our animals, how healthy are they? The biodiversity, the different forms of life on our farms, the economic diversification. Here, when you look at basically in the convention, we are looking more on the monoculture. But agroecology is calling us to diversify our farms, to have different components, different activities. If I have poultry, if I have piggery, if I have my banana plantation, I have my coffee, I have my vegetable, my kitchen gardens, so that at least a farmer at a household level has got alternatives of how he or she can be able to get some income. And still, the co-creation of knowledge. You know, most of the times in the other conventional agriculture, we've been seeing more of the top-down approach. But agroecology emphasizes the bottom-up approach. Farmers owning up these practices. You know, most of these farmers know more better than us. They know the indigenous way of how they have been doing these things. But now, for us, what are helping out these farmers to get this knowledge from them? We have to compare, to look at the indigenous knowledge. We have to apply our practical bit, the practicability of this knowledge you are getting from these people. Now we bring in now the science. And we see how is it relating. What is the science behind this farm, the activity, this work the farmer is doing? So that's what agroecology is bringing to us. Farmers owning that participation. Because most of the successful ventures, or the most successful way of transforming or bringing change is when you participate. When you take part. It's very hard usually, most of the times, if you find that when you aren't part of the process and someone brings something, you feel like someone is bothering you. You don't even know why someone is doing it. But agroecology is emphasizing us that as we are designing, as we're making these plans of how we can transform our food system, do the farmers know? Do the farmers know own the system? It's what we started out with, the food sovereignty. Do the farmers, is it corresponding to the culture here in Fort Portal? Because what may be doing in Zimbabwe, we might be having the same idea, but we are doing it differently. But have I been able to learn how the fourth way of doing this type of farming? So that's what agroecology is really calling upon us to do. And also the social values and the food traditions. We have to be mindful of our tradition culture. You know, right now we've been having a challenge of how the food habits, how we behave. You know, that's why we're having a lot of obesity. We're having a lot of people have food, but then how are they eating this food? Is it balanced? What's different if you've eaten the matoke, the rice? Do you have also the vegetables on? Do you have other different? So we have to look at the nutritious content of what we do, what we eat. So most of the times we've neglected this, and this has affected us. And also the input reduction. When you are looking at how much are we putting into, you know, in the conventional agriculture, when you calculate mostly the cost-benefit analysis, you realize sometimes you put in a lot to buy these chemicals. But in the due course, as you put in, you need to, you know, you have put in a lot of investments, but then what are you expecting out of? But then so agroecology helps us to see how can we reduce on the input. If I have my cow, can I be able to make compost? Can I be able to make biofertilizer? Can I be able to make sperm agro? Can I be all these different forms of fertilizers on my farm? So that means it's going to lower the cost of production, and therefore a farmer is going to be able to expect a bigger output. And the recycling. So mostly in our community, we are having, we are trying to reuse plastics, and these plastics, we make gardens out of these plastic waste. So now instead of at least them just throwing them away to go and pollute our environment, at least we try to see how best can we reuse them again for another purpose. And still, in agroecology, the land and resource governance, we look at the enabling environment. Yes, you've told the farmer you're going to be able to do this and this. But what enable, are the farmers also part of the key stakeholders when we are making these policies, the food policies? That's why we need we need a participatory approach if you want to have a transformative form. And that's why when you look at level 1 and level 2, we are seeing at substitute agroecology alternatives for conventional inputs. But then when you go to level 3, now we are looking at the landscape, the water catchment areas. So we are seeing how we can redesign the whole agroecosystem. That means on the basis of the new agroecological practices we want to take on. So now we are seeing, we are taking it at a general level. And for level 5, level 4 and level 5, so we see now if we are seeing that we are taking it at a landscape, water catchment area, looking at now at a bigger level. What processes, what have we put in place to start they can be able to support what we've really encouraged or put in place for our farmers to take on. So that's why we need to strengthen now the connections between the consumers, develop alternative food networks. There is a lot of challenges facing farmers today because of the long market chain, where we have the farmer. By the time we have a lot of many middlemen from the farmer, and realize by the time the farmer who grows the crop has got very small output, very small money out of this. But with agroecology, we are trying to see how can we shorten the market chain, the food supply, the supply chain. That means how can we be able to connect farmers to the direct consumers? Can the farmers themselves take their produce to the market? So they can be able to get the fair prices, they can have the fair bargaining power. So how are we able to strengthen these connections between the consumers and then the farmers who are producing this food we are eating? How can we ensure that they can be able to access or get at least higher profits? And now we're looking now from there, we see here we have been at community level. And now we are going to see the society now at a bigger level. So here we are going to build a new global food system based on participation, regionality, equity, and justice. So we are going to have all now this here. That's where we are coming in even with the policies. Have we made sure that our people have participated in this? Do they own? Are we solving the needs of our people? Or we are just doing for formality? Because we have to be, to know that whatever we do, we are doing it while mindful of the end user, the farmer, and then me, the consumer. Next. So still, these are 13 principles of agroecology. According to the organization, the panel of experts, they were able to categorize them into 3. So we have these: soil health, animal health, biodiversity, synergies, and economic diversification. These ones are strengthening resilience. They're making our food system resilient. Because if our soils are healthy, I told you we are going to have healthy foods. That means if we have healthy food, people are going to eat, people are going to enjoy. So we are strengthening the resilience of our farming system. If we go to animal health, our animals are healthy. We are getting good milk. We are getting all the manure. All these are coming up. They're helping to build the resilience. The biodiversity. We are losing bees because of these pesticides we are doing. In fact, people were worried of the grasshoppers. But do we know what we are doing in our gardens? And still building and connecting here. So these synergies. If I have a fish pond, can I be able to correlate between my poultry and get the waste from my poultry farm so they can be able to feed the fish? Can we embrace the agroforestry system? Can we see the legume, the intercropping, if we have the legumes in our maize? So we are expecting, we're having it's a two relationship. So how can we build synergies? How can we join parts, join things together, and still the economic diversification? And here, in the next one, when you look at co-creation, social values, fairness, connectivity, land and natural resource governance, participation, all these ones are leading us to secure social equity. Equity is different from equality. With equity, we are ensuring that each and everyone gets what he or she is required. With equality, we are looking at ensuring that everyone gets the same. But for equity, we are saying, what is it that what you need? You may want a phone, but you need it. So that's what these principles are looking at. And then we also have these, the input reduction and recycling. These ones are looking at improving resource efficiency. Looking at putting in less, but when you are expecting much. Next. Then these are 5 levers for agroecology. So for agroecological transformation of our food systems, we have to see the changes in the production practices. So what can we do? How can we change our practices still from the production? And that means we are going to co-create. We are going to sit with farmers. We are going to look out, to join ideas, what works best. Yeah? And still, we shall have foster synergies. That means changes in the economic relations. And see also, we test, we prove, and then scale. Because agroecology is a science also. It's a social movement. It's a farming practice. Whatever you do, you need to have evidence. Why are you doing it? That's why we bring the farmer, we bring the practical, we bring the science, and we bring them all together to see what works better and what can we do best. And also, now here, we also need to participate. The changes in the political framework. The policies in place, are they favoring what we are talking about? And also, such as you are expecting, shifts in mindsets, changes in society, engagement. Next. So, here, just in brief, what agroecology is entailed, what is entailed in agroecology. One, we are doing agriculture with the natural ecosystem rather than fighting it. Whatever we do, we have to work it sustainably in harmony with nature. Still, we are mimicking the local ecology with our agroecology. So we are not bringing something new, but we are seeing how are our forests correlate, how are they supporting our other farming activities. That's why we have to embrace the agroforestry systems in our farming system, and then also investing in the natural resources on which it is based rather than mining these resources. So you have to be mindful of these resources. Producing and wild harvesting diverse, safe, nutritious food. So today we are looking at the indigenous food fair. So how are you able to conserve, to preserve our indigenous varieties? Are you proud of them? How can we be able to see that they do not go away? And still also efficient use of all the resources, including the human resources. With agroecology, we are not only looking, we are looking at you, the farmer, and also the welfare of the people who are working on the farm. You know, there's been a challenge of the family farming where we are seeing that children are facing a lot of child labor. That has been one of the greatest challenges. Because you know that they are just your children, but that's our people who are working on your farm. What is their welfare? So agroecology calls upon us to be mindful of other people, even the employers. If they are happy, if your customer is happy, if your employee is happy, even the customers are going to be what? Are going to be happy. And so agriculture doing agriculture with a primary producer, land and resource user as a central decision maker. So that's where the farmer has to own the system. So you have to be part of the process. You have to own the system so that you can be able to control what you produce, you control the market, and also the policy framework of how each and every decision is made. That's why a farmer or a primary producer, we want him as a central decision maker. Next. Still, agroecology, it is serving the smallholder farmers' needs. First, towards self-sufficiency, the local community nutrition. So the other thing I talked about, the short the short supply chain, nearest town market, optimum value addition, then also the indigenous people and their culture. We have to embrace the culture. Rural people, they have the means to remain rural, and also strengthen voices at parish, sub-county, district, and national level. Next. Yeah, these ones I think I've talked about them. Next. Still, agroecology deals with malfunction. So this one I've talked about it. You can continue. These ones already, we've been mentioning them here and there. Next. Next. So, no, next. There. So agroecology is not a one-size-fits-all solution. So it's all about finding methods to take the local, social, and economic, ecological conditions in consideration. So that overall this implies, so it's not just one solution, but we have multiple ways of doing things. Then we have the paradigm shift. So we are transforming from subsistence agriculture, industrial agriculture. Now we are looking to the diversified agroecological farming. So how are we connecting with the markets? How are we building knowledge? And how are we diversifying our food system? So this is the paradigm shift. So agroecology is telling us to move towards the diverse agroecological farming. Next. Just put it all. So here we're asking ourselves, no, just back. Is it a transition or a transformation? So here, yes, we have the current food system. Then the coefficients, input substitution. What other alternatives do we have for the conversions? So we are redesigning our food system, leading to the agroecological landscape and food system. The evolution of social organization, coming up, the social movement, bring out people and ensuring that we can be able to own our food system. Next. So here we're having business as usual, sustainable intensification, and the transformative. So here we have the business as usual, that is the conventional agriculture. Then the sustainable expression are seeing at conservation agriculture. And now for the transformation to take place, we have to embrace agroecology, organic agriculture. So here in the industrial agriculture, we are also having, that is in business as usual. But now we are looking at climate resilient agriculture and permaculture and community supported agriculture. So just brief, in agroecology, we are looking at the root causes, not just the symptoms, and still also the processes. We are owning the processes, the interaction, the synergies, the diversification. Yeah, next. Just these are the gaps and opportunities. How can we fix, how can we put ourselves? The first gap, we still have a challenge. There is not enough agroecological input. So if you're attending this workshop, what can you do after here? What gap is there, and now the opportunity which is there with agroecology? For the young entrepreneurs, can we be able to produce agroecological inputs or facilitate the distribution through online shops, all other different ways? So that is an opportunity for us to take if we are transform our agroecological food system. Then there is still lack of knowledge on agriculture. Can we create spaces, innovative innovations to make agroecology knowledge more accessible through different platforms, through different trainings and workshops? And then the positive effects, they take time. So agroecology takes time. But what can we do? What initiatives can we do? This is an opportunity. We have to embrace the urban farming initiatives, farming on small plots, agroecological model farms, also focusing on transition, then the farmer-led extension services. Next. Still another gap, there is a challenge of access to markets and differentiation of agroecological products. So agroecological products, still there is a challenge of them reaching to the market. So as an entrepreneur, what opportunity? This is an opportunity for you to tap and see, identify ICT enterprises facilitating market access for marginalized groups, the farmer to customer, and then also another challenge, you have limited access to agroecological business knowledge and training. So what opportunity can we take here? That means marketing agroecological products, having up with organizations focusing on agroecology. There is lack of logistics for diversified value chains. What can we do? Enterprises improving transport and logistics. Next. We have poor imbalances. Not all voices are equally heard, and non-participatory policy processes. What can we do? An opportunity. We can look out for how best youth and women can engage with multi-stakeholder platforms. There is lack of understanding and potential agroecology among government leaders, more to the other agriculture. But now, this is a challenge, but how can we now use it as an opportunity to revamp our food system? That is, we increase the interest in social and ecological businesses. We reach out to these people. We increase the cost of agricultural subsidies, show costs in agroecological input enterprises, and also enhancing research, additional evidence on agroecology and its impacts. Next. Moving forward, concluding, so further investment should be in research, farmer institutional and capacity development in agroecology, strengthen multi-stakeholder, public, private, and small-scale partnership, favorable policy development for agroecology enabling environment, then also safeguarding our tenure, our land systems, and resource rights for both the men and women, public and consumer awareness on sustainable consumption, mainstreaming agroecology in public extension. Next. So in our conclusion, agroecology approaches, they redirect farming production systems towards diversity, local inputs, and ecosystem services. Instead of the monoculture we started with, and fossil fuel-based inputs such as synthetic fertilizers, so we are looking at the different alternatives. That's what agroecology is leading us. And also agroecology emphasizes sustainability. We are looking at having food today and tomorrow. So it emphasizes sustainability and resilience in many different ways, including social aspects as local knowledge, experts, empowerment of women, and diversified livelihood. Finally, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasita Gerald, for the wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give a round of applause to Gerard for the wonderful presentation that he has really presented. He really gave it his best. Before I invite our two discussants, allow me acknowledge the different dignitaries that are in the room. We have a representative of the Commissioner for COP from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. You're welcome, sir. We have representatives from Office of the Prime Minister and the UNHCR. I was told we have some people from UNHCR and OPM. Maybe they walked out a bit. We have political leaders led by the district chairperson of Chegegwa. All the other political leaders can wave to us. Political leaders from the different districts in the region. You're welcome. We have technocrats from the different districts. You're welcome. We have religious leaders led by Father Mugabiomo. You're welcome, Reverend Father. We have the academia led by Mountains of the Moon University. Then we have research institutions led by NARO, Rovita Abazadi. You're welcome. We have CSOs, including ISSD, KRC, RCA, GOL, MEMA Agroorganics, and JESI, of course. Then we have development partners. We have IDP in the house. We have CARE International. ISSD, I saw them here. I think they've, oh, yeah, they are here. You're highly welcome. And at this very juncture, allow me to invite our discussants to discuss the presentation. On the two chairs. Thank you. And our first discussant is Mr. Amanya William, who heads the Department of Agriculture and Enterprise Development at Joint Effort to Save the Environment. You're welcome, Mr. Amanya. And our second discussant is Mr. Clovis Kawaseke, who is a lecturer at Mountains of the Moon University, and I'm told he heads the School of Agriculture, Tourism, and Environmental Sciences. You're welcome, sir. You have about 30 minutes? Okay. So I hand over the microphone to who goes first? Okay.
Thank you, Sam, and Gerard for the presentation. And I will just highlight or add on a few things that Gerard highlighted in his presentation. One, he talked about the sustainable use of land. When we are talking of agroecology, and we know very well, he talked about the challenges of agriculture, where it has actually resulted into the aspects of monoculture, the aspects of diversity loss. And one of the strategies that we are looking at is how well we can sustainably manage our plots. And in this case, I take the aspect of the integrated farm planning as one way of the strategy that we can adopt at farm level that would actually help or support communities, households, to ensure that their land is well managed. And it also brings the aspect of how households or farmers can visualize how to improve the aspects of production, how they can improve aspects of soil and water conservation, how it can also look at aspects of integration, where the households can both look at crops and also livestock that supports each other on the farm. So that's very critical from Gerardy's presentation. But also, when we talk of malnutritional challenges within the region, he talked about the aspect of diversity, where the farms can actually look at aspect of diversifying their farms, having a lot of crops mixed with intercrop, with livestock, because within the diversity, we are sure of the diversified sources of food and as well as income. So this is very important. And within the region, he talked about the challenges of lack of agroecological inputs. And with us here in the region, how do we look at aspects of building the capacities of groups, building the capacities of farmers to ensure they are able to work on their own approaches to produce their own inputs? How can they produce their own biorations, pesticides that are organic through using of the resources available and around the community that would be able to address issues of synthetic inputs within the farming systems. And the other thing that actually talked about was that the results of the malnutrition challenges within the region, there is a lot of monoculture whereby people, you find they are only looking at one crop, but also that results into the kind of diets that these people feed at home. Because if you have one crop, if you have one type of crop, let's say maize, then there are high chances that people will only feed on maize. So the aspect of diversity would actually try to address some of these challenges within the Rwenzori region. I think I would hand over to Clovis also to add on the Gerardy's presentation. Thank you.
The Commissioner crop from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, I think I got it right. The representative from the Office of the Prime Minister, the Chairman LOC5 Kiegegwa, leaders of different civil society organizations and non-government organizations like IDP, ISSD, and CARE, and all other distinguished guests who have come here. I take the honor to thank Jesse for organizing this very important symposium, the food fair. My name is Clovis Kabaseke. I head the Department of Environment, Natural Resources and Tourism at Mountains of the Moon University. And I am a passionate agroecologist in this region and this country. I'm so glad that I've been given the opportunity to discuss a very wonderful paper that was presented by Mr. Kasita Gerald. I really marveled at this presentation because it was quite elaborate, very comprehensive, and spot on. I'm not going to repeat most of the things that he talked about, but there are certain things that I feel we should consider important to remind ourselves about. One of them is that we have quite a lot of challenges when we are in this pursuit of promoting agroecology in our region. One of these challenges is the challenge of the cutting-edge scientists that we have here who occupy very powerful offices, and are our extension workers around. These scientists have been trained properly, but they have been trained in such a way that they can sing very new technologies without considering whether we are prepared enough for such technologies. I'm not going to mention names, but you look at a certain person who has got a PhD from, say, Harvard University, and has been taught about how biotechnology is extremely important, and has been taught how to deal with genetic engineering. When he comes back here, this may be a person who may actually be made the permanent secretary, for instance, of the Ministry of Agriculture. And what will he or she promote? He will actually rubbish what we are talking about in agroecology. He will say the true science is here, and that's a very big challenge. We also have another challenge of ambitious political leaders. Most of our leaders are very ambitious. They want quick fixes for economic gains. You don't blame about that, because when they have only 5 years to deliver, they will only promote something that they think can create very quick change that is visible, even when that thing is not sustainable. And when it comes to agriculture, they will not talk about something that may perhaps reflect benefits after 10 years, even if the benefits were to be sustainable and resilient. They will actually deal away with that one. They will want somebody to come and promote, for instance, the growing of apples, know that they have introduced something very good in the area, and they will get votes in just 5 months, in 5 years. But they may not know whether the growing of apples in certain areas of this country may be sustainable, or if we actually need apples. That's another challenge. Another challenge I can talk about is the local communities. We in the local communities have got a belief that only alien ideas are the best. We always believe that the doctor from afar is the one who can treat. So whatever is brought from international arenas is actually given more attention and respect than what we actually have. So when you start talking about agroecology, they will start thinking that I think this man is talking about the traditional agriculture that we are used to, which is a mistake, by the way. Agroecology does not mean that. But this is what they will actually perceive you are talking about. And they will think that this person wants to take us back to primitivity, and they will actually shun you. We also have another challenge, which is for all of us who have decided that the world will think and innovate for us. For us, we have actually given, given up. We no longer think. This is why, despite the fact that we have got very many engineers who got first-class degrees in engineering, we still resort to people from the Western world to come and fix our roads here. This is why you'll find that our doctors who have got first-class degrees are not heart surgeons here. They will actually import expatriate staff to come here. Because for us, with all the education we have had over the years, nobody starts thinking that at any one time a person can manufacture or innovate a tablet that will treat malaria or treat headache. We always believe that all that must come from the Western world. This is why we realize that even when COVID-19 was around, we couldn't get the vaccines. We had to rely on the vaccines that had to come from the Western world, and nobody here bothered to make one. If anybody bothered to make one, I think it was not respected, and up to now, nobody talks about it. That's a very big challenge. But one important thing that I want ourselves to always remember, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I believe that we all know that the world comes to Africa to admire what we have. But most of us go to other parts of the world to offer labor as slaves. I don't know why it's like this. What we have attracts the rest of the world to come and admire. But for us, we leave what we have to go to other parts of the world to offer labor. And when you have been there, you come back and you are a star because you have been in other parts of the world. That one is a very big challenge also that we have to consider. Today is not my day for actually presenting papers or taking a lot of your time, but I have got certain things that I would like to talk about, more especially those which are related to agroecology. We all know very well that one of the reasons our agricultural systems are not performing very well is because we have degraded our wetlands. When we look at our wetlands, we think they are wastelands, and we do everything possible to make them disappear, causing terrible wetland degradation and actually exterminating them, which is a very, very big problem. But I would like to tell you that it is our duty to demonstrate that having a wetland on your land is like having gold. We all know that you cannot do agriculture unless you are assured of a very good source of water. This is why we always think of irrigation. We always cry that there is no rain and our crops have failed, just because agriculture depends on a good source of water. Having a wetland in your land is a natural, sure source of good water on your land. So destroying it is actually not something very wise. I pity the people who don't have wetlands on their lands. If there is one among you, try to consult me and I tell you how to create one on your land instead of destroying what there is. If you don't have a wetland on your land, it's better you learn how to create a wetland. Because a unit area of wetland properly used will actually give much more yields in terms of food and in terms of money than dry land. If you want to do that, you come and consult me. I will tell you how to do it. We spend a lot of money and effort on bush clearing and destroying forests because we want to produce agricultural crops and livestock. This is very wrong. This is what has caused a lot of global warming, which has resulted in effects of climate change, which we are all crying about, and this is problem number one of the world today. One wonders why the scientists we have in this world have managed to explore space. They have managed to create robots. They have managed to make missiles, but nobody has dared to look for scientific designs of doing agriculture in a forest and not a farm. We know that the forests, the trees are the most efficient carbon sinks. And we know agriculture is what produces the food we eat. And agriculture must continue but we at the same time say agriculture has contributed a lot to global warming. Why can't we find scientific designs of having the trees and yet raise the food that we need, achieve all the agriculture objectives from a forest, not a farm? This is a task to our scientists. Those who want to try it, we can always liaise together and we think how we can do it. We may not need a person from Europe or America or Asia to come and show us such a thing. We ourselves here should start thinking. We have universities around of how we can actually devise scientific designs of achieving agricultural objectives, which are usually two: food security and sustainable income from forests and not farms. The third thing that I would like us also to understand is the respect for biodiversity. When we are talking about biodiversity, we are talking about plants, insects, birds, and animals. All those constitute biodiversity. If we don't respect those, that shows what sort of nature we actually have. If you know how much you love your life, every other living thing that was created loves its life the way you love your life. And they have all the rights of staying in this world like you do. If you meet any person who is trying to kill any other life for no good reason, know that if there was no law, he would even be killing human beings in that way. And that would be called a bad-natured person. Why do you think that you are supposed to exterminate all other life on this earth so that you remain there alone when you are not the one who made the earth? But I think respect of biodiversity is something very important because it is extremely important for the sustainability and resilience of agro-ecosystems. We also need to understand that as the world continues to change, we must also rethink our feeding culture. For instance, if you started raising rabbits, out of 1 acre, you can actually produce 10 times more meat than if you are using that acre for producing beef. But you'll find that people, according to our culture, will say we cannot eat rabbits. Time will tell if we shall not learn how to do that. Lastly, I want to tell all our listeners that agroecology is not only for safe food and conservation of the environment, but we must practice it knowing that it is also for sustainable income. If you are doing agroecology and you are only proud about having safe food and having conserved the environment and you are not getting enough money, then you have not reached there yet. You must design that system to ensure that it can also bring sustainable income. Thank you very much. I would also like to tell you that here at Mountains of the Moon University, at the moment, we are offering a Master of Science in Agroecology, where we are training scientists who will influence policy, but at the same time, train all the other lower cadres in order to promote agroecology, not only in this region, but in the entire country and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabaseke and William, for that wonderful discussion. Let me take a few hands from the audience. If you have comments or questions, either to the presenter or to the discussants. I see Bernard's hand was already up. Another hand from at the back. So those are 2 hands already. Okay, and then the Reverend Father. Okay, so those are 4. Please be brief.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to be a little bit brief, but one is that, we are talking about monoculture. I have had all our discussants talking about monoculture. One thing I would want us to reflect about is, why do you think there is monoculture? And I tend to think of some reasons. If you look at our schools, each of our schools are feeding on portion beans, meaning that there is ready market for maize and beans. So you'll not tell a farmer to actually do diversification when actually they are only selling maize and beans. And I'm not very sure where it is documented that schools must eat portion beans. So we cannot talk about diversification unless we think also about the market system for diversified products. So I think we need to reflect also around there. How do we encourage these schools, which are actually a source of market for our food, to think about diversification of diets in the schools? And people will be able probably to look out for these things. The other issue is about alternatives. I am aware that in our society, people would think that, okay, agroecology takes quite some time. But if you look at our programming, civil society organizations that are here, you will find that an organization is targeting maybe 100 farmers. But we have about 1 million farmers who are supposed to actually be practicing this. So how do we ensure that the coverage for our sensitization, awareness, and capacity building increases to reach out to so many more farmers for us to be able to practice agroecology on a large scale? And maybe lastly, if I wanted to understand agroecology in practice, do we have centers in this region where I could go and say, okay, this is demonstrating agroecology and it's actually working to provide diversified meals or food, but also incomes? Where do we take these people for a learning? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. You left the questions open. I believe the discussants and the presenters have a choice to choose which one to respond to.
Thank you. I'm Tumine Venancio, Narrow, Crop Health. What caught my attention from the presenter was the fact that women produce 70% of the food we eat, but they don't own land and they don't share profits. That is challenging. What that means is that these people who don't have security of land ownership, they will be producing under capacity because of those associated threats. To add it, they are not sure of sharing the profits. I think those of us who are here, we need to do something about that, that these women have the power, they are empowered to own land and produce their maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tumwine. I believe that is a comment or a supplement. Then let's hear from the Reverend Father.
Thank you very much. I'm called Father Paul Mugabiomu, the Youth Chaplain for Poto Diocese. I'd like to thank the presenters that have given us good knowledge. And what we are discussing here is in partnership with our 5th goal as the Youth Office for Poto Diocese, which is environmental protection and love of nature, protecting our common home. Now, my kind request to my dear participants, these people have given us good knowledge, but this knowledge, people don't know it. I request you, you go to the church leaders. Before they end the services, before they end masses, request for some minute. If you came to me, I will give you an opportunity before I give the final blessing so that our people come to know. Our people come to know, because most of our people don't know outside there. But here, we are seated on knowledge. I'm so surprised, I'm so happy to be part of this group. And lastly, if I can request that you go to institutions like schools, like universities, also you talk about this knowledge. because at least I'm very sure the population there is very ready and even welcoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Father. Let's have our last.
Thank you so much. I'm called Thugume Brown, the Secretary for Production, Chenjojo. I thank the presenter and the discussants for such a clear picture. My question is, how can we eliminate middlemen? Because our farmers are really demoralized. They start taking loans on weeding season when they are starting to weed. That's when they start taking loans. And the one who gives the loan says, I will buy a kilogram at 500. Even if it sells at 2,000, the farmer will still sell at 500. I would propose you, the development partners, if we can encourage cooperatives, farmers to form cooperatives. And most of our farmers cannot access agricultural loans from these banks. If we can look for a way on how we can avail farmers access funds to invest in agriculture at low profits for them to be promoted also. Another thing, can we train farmers to make organic fertilizers so that we can avoid those ones from the west and the east? Another thing, as my colleague stated, we can put some demonstration farms on how to do these things. Other than just coming here and reading on papers, we want to visit some farms and see how they are working out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. However, you didn't make a commitment as government on what you can do and contribute, because this is not for only us as CSOs, but it's a joint effort. It's concerted effort. We are different, we are from different categories, different backgrounds, and all of us have a role to play in this. Okay, let's hear from Mr. Eria Biaruhanga, and I think I'll give back the microphone to the discussants and the presenter to respond.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sam. I know you did a very good substitution of me, which is good. But I just want to make one comment, especially to Mr. Kabaseke and also the main presenter, that you know, we can make all these presentations about agroecology and present all these concepts and principles. I still think we are speaking to ourselves. I really think so, because I think we need to find a way to tone down agroecology and find a strategic way to actually communicate about agroecology. Because if I may ask, if you did a pre and post assessment of the people who are here about agroecology, when they came in and when they are going out, you can be surprised by the results of that assessment. And the same happens for the farmers, the people that we speak for. So I think for me, my mentor, Clovis, as a university or as a community, we need to find a way to actually better communicate about agroecology, and finding also the words and statements that actually speak to the people that we target, especially the farmers. I liked in the presentation where Gerald talked about the process of transition that actually begins at the farm. Now, when you look at that, it actually means that the place where the most transition is happening and where the process is beginning from is actually the farmer. And if you also want to be a little bit broad, you talk about the household. That is where the transition is starting, and that's where the facilitators of the transition, actually, the people who are transitioning towards a more sustainable and resilient food system are best. So we need to find a way that we actually communicate that message. I've also noticed that it's the same challenge when we go for this, the National Agriculture Actors Symposium in Kampala. We make very elitist presentations. I think in the future, and especially for Jesse, I am very happy that actually this consistency in talking about agroecology is there now, and also with the supporters, IDP and CARE and the rest. I think we need to, for the future, to break down agroecology into very specific topics that we can actually come and discuss here. We could choose to talk about soil health, and we actually focus on the practicalities of how we can ensure soil health, and that forms our base of discussion. Otherwise, I am quite concerned that we'll keep organizing these kinds of events and still speak to ourselves and things end there. I could be wrong, but that's my thinking. I also remember we had started talking about how we can actually discuss what does it actually take for a farmer transition from a very conventional means of production towards a more sustainable means of production. You remember what we were doing in Kamwenge, working on the transition notes and what is needed, what the farmer can do, what can come from out, and how we can design a basket of options for the farmers. You talked about the lack of alternatives by the way, the people in synthetic chemicals are very clever. They have a lot that they are put on the market. There's a lot of choice. You can choose between Weedmaster or whichever. There's a lot. You get it. But what are we doing in terms of providing alternatives for actually agroecology? So some of these, I could be maybe getting disillusioned a bit because we've been in this system for a long time, but I still think this message is not yet grounded. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ria. Let me give the microphone back to, okay, the presenter wants to go first.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the question here. The centers of practice and also the programming and the coverage. First and foremost, the first people we have to spearhead now agroecology is the team here. You've gotten the knowledge about agroecology. So now it starts with me and you. So before we move to the farmer out now, you are the first people who have gotten this message. So as we live here, what do you think you, from the presentation and from this discussion of agroecology, what do you think you can do? Because these centers of practice are going to start with us, because it's always good to preach what you practice. And still also about the coverage and the programming, sometimes the resources or the funding sometimes limits this. But so, can we also look at a farmer to farmer learnings? As we train one farmer, can this farmer be able to train another farmer? So at least we can start, we can cover very many farmers. I think that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the presenter. Let's hear from the discussants.
Thank you for the reactions. I would basically respond on the comment about gender. I think gender inclusion is very important. And we know very well that within agroecology, it embraces this, but it's a critical concern that we need to involve all in this thing. So it's very good that the approaches like integrated farm plan, it looks into aspects of gender inclusion. So we acknowledge that it's very important that both women, men, children and all have to be involved when we are talking about transition into agroecology. The other concern that from the Reverend that we also need to target institutions. Yes, that's very valid. That we need to start looking at avenues, how we can talk to young children, girls and boys, so that the kind of message that we are sharing would actually target such people. But on the side of Jesse, we are actually trying to do this, and we are trying to target some primary schools. And I think other actors can also embrace it, that such a message can reach out to young boys and girls. The other question from the Secretary for Production, I think he has moved out, where he talked about how can we eliminate middlemen, which I think is going to be hard, because eliminating them, then it becomes hard for a farmer also to reach the market. To me, the issue that we would actually discuss is how do we work with these strategic middlemen, because we need them in the whole value chain. So to me, that's some of the things that we can start thinking about. How well can our groups be organized to actually engage such strategic middlemen to ensure that access to markets is achieved or good. Yeah, I think I would stop from there, then allow the doctor to continue.
Thank you very much, respondents. I was greatly impressed by the questions that you gave, more especially that one for those from Bernard. Said, why do you think there is monoculture? And why can't schools diversify diets? This already shows me that Bernard has already seen a problem in the nutrition of our students who are at school. Actually, to have monocultures is something very bad. It even affects the nutrition of students in schools. Agroecological systems, in their production systems, they don't advocate for monocultures. So diversity can be got from agroecology. Once that one is embraced, even the nutrition of the students will be improved. Then about to cover as many farmers as possible. I would like to thank Jesse for this fair. This is one way of trying to reach out to farmers, because everybody who gets from here certainly has an influence to some other farmers. But at the same time, when we have such symposia or such fairs, when I hear the composition of this one, it has people from the OPM, it has people from Masaka, whatnot. I don't think that it would be designed in such a way that it should be carried out the way you would be talking to a farmer at the household level. But from here, Jesse and other players should design certain programs which are farmer friendly so that they can be trickled down to such levels. Demonstration centers are extremely important. I can say that Mountains of the Moon University has started making a demonstration center of agroecology. We also have another demonstration center which is called the FFF Agroecology Demonstration Center in Kabarole Kiko Town Council. But many more can come up, and I think Jesse is coming up with quite a number. Venancio talked about something very, very important about women not owning land when they are the biggest contributors to food production. It is true this thing requires a real intensive study. Recently, we are attending a certain training by Akode at the district, and the commissioner told us, the commissioner of local government told us that they wanted, government is intending to give land titles to people holding customary land, land tenure. But when they went into one of the districts in, is it Kanungu, all the men refused to get such titles because one of the conditions was that on that title, the name of the wife would appear. All the men said, no, we would rather have no titles at all. So you can see how deeply entrenched that one is. It requires a whole thorough study. If the man who befriended this wife of his, and he's the next of kin to this wife, says this person cannot be on my land title, what are the underlying factors? Those need to be established, and that's where the starting point should be. Brown, to eliminate middlemen. Actually, if you went for a training in agroecology, there are certain course units that are actually offered. And some in those course units, some of these things do feature. Of course, in a meeting like this one, we cannot exhaust everything, but there are certain strategies of how such encumbrances can be dealt with. Area speaking to ourselves, yes, to tone down to agroecology. This was brought by the right person who has that assignment. Area, that is your assignment. You are expected to do that, and I think you have already started. So you groom more people to help you if you think you are too few as of now. I think, haven't we finished them? Is there any? What does it take for a farmer to transition from conventional to agroecology? That is a $1 million question whose answer I may not be having, but I think that should be our assignment to all of us who have attended this one. What do we do to answer that question? What can be done?
For instance, let me explain it.
Yes.
We all have an interest. We have an interest to facilitate the farmers that we target, support them to transition from conventional to agroecological production. Now, what is actually missing is providing the real steps and what it actually takes for someone to transition, because I think it's very difficult. You say it's $1 million question on how this can be done. But I think we can make an attempt, because I have seen most of the development partners will give you a 2-year project, and they want you at the end of the 2 years to be speaking farmers, agroecological farmers, which is not true. It can be 3, it can be 5. But really, is there a step-by-step guide that we can actually develop and support that is simplified, that actually offers the necessary support for someone to understand, if I'm going to transition from step A to step B, this is what I need to do. And actually, it is linked to economies of scale. What benefit will I gain? It may not only be economical, but it could also be health and the others. And this is actually missing at the end. And I think this is a gap that we can actually bridge.
Thank you very much, Eria. That one is really taken. And I think we need to think a lot about how that one can be done. But in whatever strategy, I would imagine one of the things we cannot water down is that we must demonstrate to the local farmer that what we are talking about is feasible, it is economically viable, and it can produce food security. The moment we make enough demonstrations, if we, the people who are talking about agroecology, can demonstrate what we are telling the farmers will certainly follow suit. That is one of the things that we have to consider as we look for the strategies of making a farmer transition from conventional to agroecology. We have to demonstrate success stories. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This has been really comprehensive. And I gave this a lot of time because they are the subject matter specialists and I didn't want to intervene. I ask you members to give a round of applause to Mr. Clovis, William, and Casita for the wonderful work done. And at this juncture, let me invite Mr. Eria Biarhanga to moderate the next session. And I think, Jordan, you're ready. So Mr. Eria will moderate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam, for taking us through up to this time. I'd like to invite the presenter in front. Who is the presenter? Yes? Okay, Jordan from CARE. I think straight away in the interest of time, please proceed with your presentation. We'll get more details as you present. Thank you.
I would like to recognize the commissioner from MAIF, the honorable members in this house, representatives from academia, research institutions, and representatives from the civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Jordan Lulu. I work with CARE International, based in Fort Portal office. I'll be making presentation basically on the Farmerfield Business School approach that is being currently a program undertaken by CARE and local partners. So CARE, not many may know about it. CARE is an NGO, international NGO that works in Uganda, and the work started around 1969. So basically the areas that they cover is around livelihoods, there is the climate justice, and there is also something to do with gender justice, and also humanitarian action. In the Southwest region, we are basically in around 9 districts that we work with, and JESE is one of the local partners or the national partners that we work with. So someone raised an issue about involvement of women, and all of you must be knowing that CARE, what we do is mainly around gender transformation. And this Farmerfield Business School approach is one of the gender transformative approaches. And basing on the statistics and the evidence which are there, when you look at the FAO report of 2011, it clearly stated that if women are given the same access to resources, actual production in agriculture can increase by 20 to 30%. And meaning we will be able to save around 17 to 19 million people from hunger. And this is where we really need to recognize that for us to be able to achieve successes around agriculture, we need to work with women, and that is why this approach comes in. Take us to the next slide. So with the Farmerfield Business School, this is, I would say, hands-on learning by doing approach, which I would say emanated from the Farmerfield School, originally designed by FAO, and it is something which we pick from there. And you find in this model, our approach, we work with groups between 25 to 30 farmers, and they do a lot of work during the cropping or the livestock production cycle to learn about new agricultural techniques and technologies, and all this experiment is done within the demonstration plots. And this exercise is led by a trainer, which is called either community-based facilitator. It can be a para-professional or junior expert who leads the group. And this approach is a community-led agriculture extension approach, where we expect the groups to be the ones to drive their own change that they will want. So it follows a cycle, and this is mainly either the cropping or the livestock cycle, and it involves quite a number of activities which take place within this model, approach. So it is quite integrated in sense that it involves a number of things. One is building on the capacities of the farmers, especially to lead their own change, and that is where one is empowered to be able to take that direction. And here you find that the groups normally are taken through the visioning, and they are able to appreciate and understand the aspirations, where they want to go, and how they want to achieve the desired change. Then there is aspect around agriculture. Here, basically the different technologies, techniques around climate smart agriculture, It is also done within this approach. We have gender dialogues. Then there's issues around nutrition, and then participatory performance monitoring. And this monitoring is done by the members themselves of the group. At the end, at the start of the season, they'll be having, I'll say, their production targets, what they'll want to achieve at the end of the season. So, including the different technologies and the practices that they'll want to put, the members examine themselves at the end to see if indeed they're able to achieve and learn something from the group work. Next. And then, yes. So, on brief, this is the history of how this extension approach evolved. Of course, we are all aware some of these things started with the integrated pest management, where it was basically addressing issues around pests. Then this also was focused in Africa around rice production, where farmers will be having curriculum facilitator and then undertake the approach. Then, of course, it went into integrated product process management, IPPM, and this was basically tested in Latin America for cotton and vegetables. Then in Africa also, we have the Farmer Field School, which I'm quite sure most of you are aware about it. And also around Europe, there was something to do with cropping systems, biodiversity, resource management, socioeconomic dimensions, and others. So currently we are at Farmer Field and Business School model, which of course looks around business, climate change. I've already talked about this. Next. Okay. Yes, I've said we have the Farmer Field Business School. So how is it unique from the Farmer Field School that we are aware of? Here it is gender transformative, which directly addresses gender biases in agriculture. Then we say it is holistic in the sense that it encompasses aspects around agriculture, market, gender, critical analysis, that is the participatory monitoring and evaluation that I talked about. It also looks at nutrition and also the collective efficacy. It, as I've mentioned, follows the seasonal calendar, looking at the agriculture and the livestock cycle. Then, of course, there is also the path to graduation. At this point, if you look at the previous, say, the Farmer Field School, it focuses around 1 to 2 years, and farmers are graduated basically after learning the technologies or techniques from the field. But with this, it goes beyond that to linkages to different actors, and here we are talking about the input and the output market, support from the government. We can also talk about many other linkages which they should be able to get after being graduated. Next. Yes, just move, sorry. Okay, I think the gender neutral or the gender blind is, here how I will explain it is in the sense that in most cases we have our programming, but it doesn't focus, say, into gender. So that's how we say it is either gender neutral or gender blind. But Farmer Field Business School is, I would say, a gender overt, or I would say it is a gender transformative approach which has that deliberate focus on ensuring that women are empowered and they have access to resources and are able to productively participate in farming. So I've already made presentations about this. We can move to the next slide. Okay, so still around the history, here we are looking at how this approach has been working. So far, CARE has tested this approach in 34 projects, that is around 17 countries. Now there are 18 countries. And of course, the evidences which have been gathered around one is we have seen kind of a deeper change amongst the farming communities that we have been working with. Of course, we have also seen that it has contributed to gender equality and women empowerment. Then there was significant increase in household income. Of course, we have also seen that there's improved resilience to shocks, and the cost effectiveness of this approach. $1 that you spent to implement this project, you would expect to get 31 US$ as a benefit of implementing it. Next. Yes, just move. So this is work which has been done by some of the farmers that we work with. And of course, it explains how the project works, and we should be able to look into this in the next slide. So this is how the whole summary of the Farmer Field Business School is. So there is already local language that the farmers that we work with, especially in Chenjojo and Chegegwa, has to this bicycle. William, they call it a gari, something of that. Yes. So it summarizes clearly all the components that I've talked about. You can see nutrition. The light is where there's participatory monitoring and evaluation. And of course, the marketing aspect, here where we are building on the capacities of the farmers to be able to, first of all, aggregate and do collective bulking so that they are able to negotiate for better prices. And the bicycle seat there is where the facilitator sits, and it is not work, an individual work. That's why it is collectives. We expect the groups to be able to determine where they want to lead. Of course, the agriculture is the frame, which is the core, but also we say that you cannot be able to move when the wheel is not rolling. That's where the gender aspect is, and it is very key to propel the bicycle to move forward. So for us to be able to do this, of course, what we look at are the service system strengthening and the social accountability, which can be done through the community scorecards, advocacy, and many others ways. Next. So, yes. There are those key ingredients that you need to have to be able to clearly run this approach. One is a group. You can't do it for individuals. So here there are a number of groups that we work with. It can be the farmer groups, the PMGs, the producer marketing groups. It can be cooperatives. And they need to have a demo site, and from this demo site, this is where they experiment the different technologies and techniques that at the end they have to replicate in their own farm. Then we have the facilitator. This is what I've already explained. They need someone who will be guiding them to be able to, first of all, have recordings of the different learnings and also spearheading them to achieve the aspirations and the desires that they want. The curriculum, the Farmer Field Business School is organizing a curriculum around the 6 core components that I've already talked about. So this curriculum runs throughout the production calendar. And yes, that's where the other ingredient is. Next. So how the approach works, of course, they worked with a different input supply. This is where the farmers get the inputs that they need to be able to produce. I've already talked about working with the PMGs, then of course the producer marketing associations, that's the same as, yes, the PMGs, then the cooperatives, then working with the new groups. This is at a smaller end of 15 to 25 members. Then of course you can also use the same model to work with the VSLA groups. So At the output marketing, this is where I already talked about the aggregation for markets, and then the groups will be also able to have access to financing, and then also the FFBS curriculum, which I've already talked about. Yes, next slide. Okay, this is how, these are the steps that you need to follow for you to be able to run the Farmer Field Business School approach. First thing that you need to start with is, of course, laying the foundation. So in laying the foundation, what you basically do is reaching out to the communities where you intend to implement the approach, meeting the different stakeholders, making them to understand how this works. And CARE already is doing this. There are a number of engagements that have taken place, especially with the different institutions, with the government, with the NARO, with the research institutions around. So already the laying of the ground started way back, and still something is being done on that. Of course, the other aspect is the training of the facilitators. And this has started on a very good note, where we have even the district government extension officers who have been trained on this model, this approach. They already have this knowledge. Then it was trickled down to the farmer groups, where the TOTs or the CBTs were trained, followed by the groups using the TOT model. Then, of course, establishment and running of the Farmer Field Business School, which is done, first of all, by forming the groups and taking them through the trainings, establishing the demos, and having the learnings from that, which they normally record. Of course, the fourth one is the participatory production and marketing activities, which is done collectively by the members of the group. Then we have the farmer field days or the field special topic days. Here the farmers can decide to talk about any topic, which is around the 6 components that I've already talked about. It can be a day where they can discuss about marketing. It can be a gender dialogue. They can have a day where they will be talking about nutrition. So as I said, it's not a one-off thing. It runs throughout the circle. Then the 6th one is, of course, the graduation ceremony. This is when the farmers have undergone series of the farming activities around the FFBS for at least 3 to 4 years. And after after clearly understanding what they need and what they have learned, then they can be weaned off. And at this point, that is where we expect them to have been connected to the different actors within the value chains or to other entities that will support them to be able to continue on their own. Then we, of course, from 7, expect the farmers to run their own FFBS. Then, of course, at the end, the facilitators, like the community-based facilitators, can now also leave the group. Then the groups should be able to run by themselves. Next. Is just up to. So this is how the curriculum is. Of course, the first one is the facilitation tool, which I've already talked about it. Then the second one is the collective tools, and within this, this is where you find the farmers talk about the different aspect. So, yes, next is the collective tool is almost the same as the agricultural tool that I've talked about. The gender tools, yes, the gender tools. The next one is the agriculture. Next, we have the marketing tool. Next is the nutrition tool, and the monitoring and evaluation. So, yeah, that is the curriculum. So this curriculum runs throughout the calendar, and you can take us to the calendar. So, yes, this is how the calendar is. So you find throughout the farming circle, all these activities are supposed to be running from the pre-sowing stage, at the sowing or weeding vegetative stage, at harvest and post-harvest. So you'll find like it is sequenced in such a way that these activities take place during the farming cycle. For instance, the gender dialogues come at the critical point where there's a need for household workload sharing, and this is where the dialogues come, where men can support and also where women can be able to support. So this is how it is run, and it falls within these different activities within the value chain. So allow me to take you through some of the evidences that have been recorded. One talks about the gender and women empowerment, and of course there was cost-benefit analysis that has been done by BMGF, and you realize that this project was run in implemented in Burundi, and it had really shown that at least a number of people who appreciated and believe that gender violence is never acceptable. So, meaning that there was a positive mindset change towards gender empowerment. Then the other aspect is the farmer field business school transformation model, which is holistic. Already I've talked about this. It doesn't only look at enhancing production, but it covers quite a range of things like income and nutrition. Next. Of course, the high return on investment, which I already talked about, like $1 that you invest, you expect to have a return of $31 in return. And then of course, household income increase. And of course, from Malawi, this was really shown that household income increases from $3.41 to 9, and from Ghana from 11 to 17. So these are the successes that have been registered. It also looked around improved resilience from also studies which were conducted by FAO, World Bank, and IFAD. It was also realized that farmers who participate in FFBS are able to increase their resilience by 56%. Yes, next. There's also reduced impact to SOX. And of course, we have also seen a study conducted similar to this model by UN, and it was in Tanzania, where FFBS adaptation strategies contributed to reduction in impact of future SOX. So nutrition, also there was similar study which was conducted in Burundi, where we have seen highest proportion of income, a proportion of households who had acceptable food consumption score, and this was by 62%. Next. Okay. So this is basically what I can put, and time is really not on our side. I will just summarize by a few things. And we are working together to ensure that this approach is rolled out, and the different stakeholders have been engaged, and we have been working with, and we have Jesse, who are at the forefront and supporting us, leading us through this. And we hope to ensure that all of you engage, and we roll it out. Thank you so much. Here I stop.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I know the FFBS model is very elaborate. Please come back, sir. We still need you here. You can't run away from us. There are some questions that need to be asked. Yes, personally, I am, maybe we can first take a seat. I am happy that I was among the first people to actually review this FFBS model when I used to work at Jesse, and putting it the way it is now. I have trust in it, although it is quite silent about how we can actually build sustainable food systems. But of course, when you talk about nutrition, a little bit of sustainability there, but system thinking, which Tadeo, my brother, is very passionate about, misses a bit in that, and those are some of the improvements that we can make. We've been joined by more people during the presentations. Thank you so much for coming to join us. I know you are very busy in your own respective offices. Yes, sir?
We have been joined by representatives of the Office of the Prime Minister from Chaka Refugee Settlement. The commandants are here. Then we have been joined by Dr. Tadeo Tebasima from Mountains of the Moon University and Dr. Richard Miro from Makerere University.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'd like to take a maximum of 5 questions for CARE, Uganda, or less if they are there. Yes, Philip. Please give a microphone to Philip. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for giving me the word area. So earlier we were talking about how we can bring this message of agroecology, new techniques to the field. And you talked a lot about how CARE is doing that, but maybe you could share also some numbers. Like in which zones are they working here in the western region of Uganda? How many farmers? And as well, how does it work with the facilitators? Are these people from the community that are trained and then lead a group amongst their own community, or are these just people, for example, that go to the field? So could you clarify on that, please?
Thank you so much, Philip. Please get a piece of paper and a pen. Some of these, they seem to be very contentious. Any other comment or question? Someone from the district here? As they bring the microphone, my senior colleague, Chris Singh, thank you for coming. Yeah? Yes?
Thank you so much. Mine is just appreciation from Chenjojo district. FFBS is doing well in Chenjojo, where we visited a certain group. We had a joint monitoring. That group was able to produce, sell, and consume some products to improve on their diet. We also discovered that we found some role model men who can do homework, like as ladies, who can help their women in domestic activities. And I think the strategy is really improving the lives of the people in Chenjojo. Thank you so much, Care.
So that is another testimony, so please take it in that regard. There's someone at the back.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation from CARE. Among the evidences that you've given us as far as the successes are concerned, I was really eager to see maybe if we have some figures representing where we are working in, but I did not see that coming. I don't know, maybe it was skipped or something.
It's work in progress.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, but you'll be able to respond to that. We need local examples, yeah. Yes, Chris.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, in the perspective of the presenter, is there room to improve this methodology in view of aspects of agroecology, systems thinking, climate resilience? Because I think, in my own opinion, just like you said, it falls short on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, lastly from me, sir, you also talked about for every one investment, every one USD investment, you get a return of 31 US dollars. That looks a huge investment. I don't know over how long. What is that return to investment comes after how much time? But also it looks very, I don't know, too much to actually believe that for every $1 I'm going to invest, I will reap $31. So maybe some bit of explanation there. Not that I don't believe in the approach, but for me, that kind of statistic is too good to believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. The one is about how we are going to scale up the aspects of agroecology. The first, one of the components that I've talked about, that is agriculture. I've talked it at a broader perspective, saying climate smart agriculture, but there's a lot of work which is being done around that, especially in terms of the different agroecology kind of approaches which are done there. So luckily enough, we know that the work Jesse does, and that is where they are really having the very strong foot. And also there's a lot of aspects around tree planting and environment conservation, which is done around that component of climate smart agriculture. So I can assure you that we are on the right track in terms of ensuring that this model caters for agroecology. Then how it is going, I mean, whether it is using Jesse staff or the community members from the localities, yes. Whatever Jesse does is basically building the capacities of the locals. And it is not Jesse alone. I've said from the start that we have trained the district extension staff who normally work together with these groups. And that will also directly answer to the system strengthening. It's only that we had limited time. Otherwise, there is a clear pathway kind of strategy that we're undertaking to ensure how this is rolled out. And this really addresses to the issues around systems and also the aspect of sustainability. So in terms of the trainings and the numbers, there's a lot of quite a huge number of farmers that have been reached out, and this has not just started. Actually, the first project that was the She Feeds the World, which was there since 2019, I guess, 2018, 2022, yeah. So there were a number of farmers. I think I should be able to give you the accurate statistics to that undertook the same approach, and we have seen significant kind of results out of that. So before, I think, we have these presentations, and I should be able to provide to you some of the flyers that can really inform you about the successes that have been achieved. Then, of course, there was aspect around a question on the return on investment. This Farmer Field Business School runs for a period of 3 to 4 years. And basically, these are statistics that were done at the end of the project. These are like the baseline, I mean the endline studies, which looked at the impact, and this is how it was arrived at. And it was triangulated from the different countries, which I already talked about over the 17, where this approach has been implemented, and this is what has come out on that. I think in brief, that is how I can summarize the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. That brings our session to an end. I am told the next moderator is Tadeo, Dr. Tadeo. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan, for the presentation, and Area for moderating. The next is a panel discussion, and Dr. Tadeo Tibasima is the moderator. So I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Tadeo to the podium, and then he will take it on from there. Thank you. You have the list. Area somewhere. Okay. We have how many minutes? About 30 minutes. I need to confirm the list of the panelists.
Yes, I think I have it.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, protocol observed. I have been tipped that we have lost some quite good time and we will need to catch up. You are very welcome to this discussion, a very key one for that. Thank you, my brother Iria, for introducing me. So I will not repeat the introduction for the sake of time. And our session is on a very key topic. I am sure we all have heard the phrase that seed is the memory of ecosystems. Without the seed, everything is forgotten. If you destroyed an ecosystem and the seed is left, then at least this ecosystem can recall and come back to where, or even better, to where it had been. It's also seed that is empowering many of the corporate associations to actually, hold us at ransom. Seed can be used as a weapon, and seed can be used for many things. In many communities, one thing which our mothers used to have some power over the men was actually seed. When the men want to plant, that is when they would request our mothers to give them something. I am talking about the seed for planting, but also other seeds for, this is where the men actually become subjective. And the word sovereignty in most times has been used alongside with the word seed. Seed sovereignty seems to be the birth of this word sovereignty, sovereignty, and sovereignty. So seed is a very vital thing, and I have the pleasure to invite my boss, Clovis Kavaseke from Mountains of the Moon University. Yes, you should come to the front and take your honorable chair. Clovis, I think many of you know him as Mr. Agroecology, but he's the head of department, Environment, Natural Resources, and Tourism. So I am honored to have you, Clovis Kavaseke. I have my brother Tumwine Venasio from Naro, a colleague I know for quite a long time, walking in the footsteps of Bwana Clovis, in the same shoes of agroecology. And then I have Byakutaga Aaron. Welcome, welcome. Who is implementing a very key project in one of the nearby communities here, and which is a lot centered on agroecology and also seed sovereignty. Now, we have limited time, but I think you will try to condense that very much big discussion you would like to have, so that at least we can have some 10 minutes for discussions with the other participants. Our topic, I don't know whether it was possible to project it, but it is regional strategies to conserve indigenous seed and food. How best can these strategies be adopted or taken up by different stakeholders? So I will use the same order as I invited our discussants, so that each can take the floor for a maximum 10 minutes, then we can use 10 minutes to welcome questions and discussions. I have, I think, the best panel to do justice to this topic. So may I invite Professor Clovis Kabaseke to give us your message, and as you will be doing that, I would wish that you talk something about your favorite food. Thank you, and I give you the microphone. Now, don't be my boss the other side. Please, let's be farmers here, okay? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tadeo Tubasima Kahigwa. I'm greatly honored to be given the opportunity to discuss this very, very important topic, which is regional strategies to promote, conserve indigenous seeds, foods. How best can these strategies be adopted, taken up by different stakeholders? This is a very, very important topic. And to start with, I want us to understand exactly the importance of seed. And I want us to understand the importance of seed, not from a very broad perspective where seed may mean very many other things like Dr. Tadeo was saying, but with me I will focus mostly on seed as a gene bank for food. There are certain things in life which I believe are a right to anybody to access. For instance, oxygen, air that we breathe. If one didn't have unlimited access to oxygen, and perhaps somebody suggested that in order to access oxygen you have to pay, I think not most of us would be alive today. Another thing that I think everybody should have by right is water. If water was very, very scarce, like it is perhaps in some areas of the desert, where accessing a bottle of water is just more expensive than accessing a bottle of beer, life would be very, very difficult for all of us. Leave that alone. Food is extremely important, and it should be a right for everybody to access at all times in adequate amounts and in a safe manner all the time. And this food cannot be accessed unless it is produced. I do believe that all of us know that to produce food, you begin with seed. And this is why we always talk about seed sovereignty. We must be able to have our own seeds so that we are assured of having our own food. If at any one time we find ourselves in a scenario that in order to access seed, you must visit somebody and pay some money to get it, then we shall actually be in real danger, and we shall have lost one of the greatest treasures that God and nature gave to us. Now, in our region here, we have got our local indigenous seeds. And all of us do agree with me that most of them are actually about to get extinct. They are about to be replaced. For instance, I don't know whether some of you know a certain crop called enumbu. Do we have Batora around? Enumbu, do you know it? Enumbu. This was a food which was kept to salvage people out of problems whenever there was famine. But who can tell me where we can find a Numbu today? Do we have them? We may not be having a Numbu around. I do remember very well that very many people used to depend on certain foods like the pigeon peas and tendigua. Some people can actually find them. But if I told you to go to any of the supermarkets in Fort Portal to get me tendigua, you may fail to get them for quite some time. Is that true? Very many people, I remember when I was young, we used to enjoy certain fruits which can double as vegetables at the same time, which were called dodoima. Do you know them? These are usually called tree tomatoes. In science, they are called Cyphomandra betacea. These are some of the things which are getting phased out when they are real delicacies. Have we bothered to know why they are no longer common? We have got certain foods which are of very high nutritional value, which are now called orphaned foods. I think Mr. Tadeo and Venancio have a whole list of such. To the extent that we have even got some foods whose seeds actually appear in nature, and you don't actually need even to keep them in your house. For instance, if you wanted the ensuiga, the black nightshade, you just need to go to the forest and you pick the ensuiga. But today, the forests are not there. And ensuiga are getting displaced by new varieties of ensuiga whose source of seed we don't know are coming from. So these foods, which actually made our parents, producers, and nurturers up to where we are getting phased out, and they are becoming a big problem. What do you think is causing this? I don't have the answer. But if I can imagine what could be causing this, it's just because people are enjoying what we are calling modernity without properly defining what modernity means. And we believe that if you want to produce good vegetables, you need to slash down all the ensuiga and plant their cabbage. But when you go at a buffet, you skip the dish where there is cabbage and you rush for the other one where there is the ensuiga. Isn't that folly? It is just because Dr. Tadeo, having got his PhD from Austria, comes and tells us that we are in the modern world. What we have to do is we have to grow a certain type of tomatoes. I don't know how you will call them. I know the names now are changing every day. And perhaps they brand them money maker so that you are attracted by the word money. And then they tell you of how you are going to use a lot of chemicals to produce them and sell them at a profit. Meaning that you will forget that they are the cherry tomatoes which used actually to grow just very commonly, to the extent that they said that they can even grow on the graves, and they call them Tembabturo. So having our own seeds is something very important. People have actually taken up to thinking that having money is the goal that we are in for. But what is this money for? Having seed may be much more than having money. And that is the reason why we should strategize on how to keep our own seeds. We have got seeds of crops which have what they call terminator genes. I think Venancio of Naro knows it very much. To the extent that if you planted this seed today and it bears a fruit, you cannot collect that seed and grow it again and it brings fruit again. Because in making that seed, they have put there a certain gene which will not allow it to produce more seed. It means that each time you want to plant, you actually have to go to buy. And some of those seeds cannot be got from Uganda here. They are imported from Europe and China and America and elsewhere. If we start depending on such seeds, there will be a certain time when they will tell us that if you don't do away with the anti-gay bill, we shall no longer give you our seeds and we shall starve. This is why it is very important that we must strategize on how we can save our own seeds so that we have food sovereignty, which definitely causes food security. As I'm given only 10 minutes, and as we have so many other discussants around, I would like to beg you to allow me to pass over the microphone to other discussants so that they can also give us their input. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Professor of Agroecology mentions very big words: extinction of ecosystems that support our indigenous seeds, modernity and erosion of culture for our seeds, and bringing in seeds that would require more input than maybe the smallholder farmers could afford. And we are talking about a regional issue here. When our brothers in Kenya have accepted the modification of seeds under the guise of getting food security from genetically modified foods, what is then Uganda most likely to survive in a situation where we have actually porous borders? Welcome, my brother Vanesio. And Naro, I think, has a say about this. You talk from your perspective, but also from the perspective of Naro. And Clovis escaped my question. And then he's saying they put their cabbage and then they skip it and go to the Nswiga. So you have to say what is your favorite food before you are allowed to discuss anything.
Nswiga. Nswiga is my favorite.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Clovis, for opening the discussion. I'm Tumile Venancio from Munaro, crop health scientist. I'm working in an organization that fosters cutting-edge science. The one Clovis is talking about, genetic modification and the rest of it. Fortunately, I am all round. I trained in conventional science as well as ecological science. In other words, the science that believes in sustainability. Whether you are doing the cutting-edge science, but remember, no item on earth exists in isolation. That means if you are planning to produce seed, you should produce seed that it will be able to grow with other entities in the ecosystem. We are aware that we have grown in society where our parents would select, harvest, and save seed for the next crop. This seed would be preserved, and it would be carried on generation after generation. They were doing this because this seed was observed, grown, harvested, eaten. That means it was passing the tests that farmers were demanding: yield, taste, stability, tolerance to pest and disease, and also shocks, the ecological shocks or the abiotic factors. To my understanding, there are some few areas where science needed to come in and address some of the challenges that the seed was facing. Now, for instance, some of the seed could be hit by disease or pest. Now, that is now the duty of the science to come in and address or fix those issues. But scientists are so ambitious to the extent that besides fixing these few challenges, they would go further to produce a seed for curiosity to increase the size. Whether the test is good or not, but the interest is now increasing the size. Increasing the size. And sometimes the farmers would shun eating this product, that the taste is flat. But the scientist would say, no, yes, the taste is flat, but the thing is big. So, this is from the curiosity in the attempt to increase food production for the ever-increasing human population. You know the Green Revolution, which looked at the production of food from the perspective of increasing productivity per unit area. Bring in fertilizers, bring in all sorts of pesticides to increase food production. But you will agree with me that that approach has failed to feed the ever-increasing human population. And the most challenging factor is to fix this gap between food production and the ever-increasing human population. And all of us are aware, in Uganda, and the Western region in particular, that most of the food is produced by the smallholder farmers. You will agree with me. And those smallholder farmers are not using conventional systems. They are using our traditional systems. What do we need to do? We need to fix those few challenging issues, and we produce food sustainably. These varieties of seeds have been tested over time. They are able to feed us. And if we look at the need for us to address these few challenges, we can go, for us, the scientists can go to the lab, identify the key challenges. If it is a disease, we look for this other, the relative of this plant. It has been there withstanding the shocks. Then you cross it, natural crossing, and you will impart that resistance and you produce a good quality seed. That means the gene for the previous seed, which has been challenged by the disease or pest, will be retained. But to our surprise, we become so ambitious and get something that is not known, and we fix it in the new seed we are producing. The results over time are likely to be so documental. For instance, if you are producing that big seed or high-yielding seed, that will require heavy application of inputs, external inputs, fertilizers. There is a likelihood, because science has proven information, that the more you pump these inorganic fertilizers into a commodity, you are concentrating certain nutrients that are so attractive to pests And you, instead of harvesting anticipated high yield, you'll be challenged by the pests. It is on record. So we have to take charge that whatever we are doing, we are responsible. The traditional or the local seed, Clovis mentioned it in the previous session, that what is traditional, what is indigenous, what is local, is considered primitive, backward. We need to give those statements with evidence. And in my own view, there is enough genetic resource that we should conserve. Farmers have been managing stored seed using natural methods. There is a recent study which I have done here in Karangura to save seed from pest damage during storage. We borrowed information from the farmers. What do we use? We used dust from burnt bricks, wood ash. We used jerry cans, tephrosia, neem leaf, about 7 treatments. It came out that burnt brick, wood ash, and a jerry can as a container are very good at saving seed. You would save your seed until the next season when there is no damage. And that is a good start. Now, to promote our seed, it means we have to work with the farmers. We impart this knowledge because they already have some knowledge. So we impart knowledge with proven processes, and the farmers will save their seed. Then awareness creation can also be done through such symposia. We can also use available media, and we promote sustainability and conservation of our seed. Unless otherwise, the seed which has been here, sown into these years, quick maturing, because we had a variety of maize, it was called Nyakangu. My mother used to grow it. Within 2 months, the maize is mature. Why do we send such a variety? So we need to go back to our roots and start from what we have, conserve it sustainably. For now, there is some good work that has been done to save our traditional or available genetic resource. It's now 20 years that NARO has been collecting all the materials, both plants and animal genetic resources, for conservation. That is a good start from scientific point of view. But even us at farm level, we need to conserve these materials for the use today and the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, members, for listening and for the presentations. My name is Byakutaga Aaron. I work with RCA, the Association of Rwenzori Community, based in Karangura. We are working with farmers on Mbanga Super Farmer Program, which is operating on the principles of agroecology. And for today, we are discussing the indigenous seed and the food. Which strategies in the region can we employ to ensure that we restore the seed which is regenerating? It is disappearing. Our traditional seed is disappearing. They're actually entering into the red stage. They are now endangered seed. So it's our duty, all of us, as stakeholders, to ensure that we restore our indigenous seed because of the health benefits, because they are easily regenerating, they can be replanted at any season, and also they are resilient to issues of climate change, pest and disease, and we are losing those seeds because of various reasons. One, as members have already put forward, the high-level commercialization of agriculture. We are going into the monoculture, cultivation of maize, beans at a larger scale, losing the diversity, the diversification of other crops. So issues of commercialization, looking at money, is number one factor that is leading to this degeneration of our seed. Two is the negligence. Most of our farmers, institutions, we are becoming so much negligent. We want to spend the seed and then buy the next season without reserving what would be planted the next season. Then three, we are looking at issues of climate change, as I've said, the floods, changes of weather, the pests and diseases. All those factors are contributing to the loss of our indigenous seed. Without leaving them, these migrations, displacements, so we are looking at now exotic seed, which is grown so fast, not to meet the urgent need of the population food demand. Look at the displaced camps, refugee camps in Chaka and elsewhere. All those are drivers leading to the loss of our indigenous gene. Having said that, what can we do if we are to restore and have our seed sovereignty, as other members have already presented? One, we should be able to establish our indigenous local seed source in the form of a seed bank, where farmers can access those seeds for planting in a given season. And those seed banks can be put at household level, they can be established at community level, so that farmers have access, ready access to those planting materials. This one will reduce the unfair chances of buying seed from those seed companies without even knowing where they're coming from. Imagine seed coming from Kenya, you're planting it here. Those seeds are not already acclimatized to the local environment, and eventually they don't perform very well. If they are to perform, they need to be added on fertilizers so that you can be able to get something. In Karangora, for example, there is a variety of Irish potato brought by a certain company. If you don't apply the fertilizer, then you cannot get them. And yet we have our local seed of potatoes, and they are doing very well without applying any chemical, any fertilizer, and they are doing very well. So if you are to farm the other one, the other variety, you have to apply the chemical fertilizers, so which is very, very not healthy. So what are we doing? One, we need also to ensure continuous cultivation of our indigenous seed. If there are beans, we have to look at the diverse of bean varieties, then we continue cultivating them so that we increase the production and the seed itself. Also, we have also to look at, in the seed bank, also to have some storage facilities put at household level, at community level, and as my colleagues have already said, we need to establish some demos, some farms, which can be learning centers. I listened carefully to the presentation of Kea Uganda, Kea International, that there is a model of extension they are using, the farmer field business school. So if those seeds can be brought and then be demonstrated or multiplied at that level, then we can be able to have a reserve of our seed. Then strategy number 2 that we can employ is to have our local farmers participate, the smallholder farmers participate in the seed market. Because now it's now like a monopoly of those bigger companies which are marketing the seed. What if we develop a system where farmers produce and market their local seed? This one will allow access to many farmers in the region, like the local seed business entrepreneurs. Maybe we support certain youth groups or certain group of farmers, specifically be source of our indigenous seed. Then we can also have advocacy. We can increase on our advocacy on to influence policies, especially those policies that undermine this local seed business. For example, we have the property rights. Who are you? Who has produced the seed? I think you know those technicalities involved. If you are to put seed on the market, you have to have all what is required, the certification levels to have seed on the market. Then we have to advocate and then campaign, strengthen our campaigns alongside that. Then finally, as I conclude, because of time, we also have to open up the collaborations, the sharing, so that that knowledge hub is continuously made, so that we can share the knowledge as a region, maybe as a country, because each district, each location has different knowledge about the local seed in that location. And if we could share like this, such a kind of a platform, then we can be able to scale up the movement of indigenous seed and consumption in the sustainable food value chain and the marketing. With those few remarks, I thank you for listening. Back to you, the moderator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bwana Aaron. I was scared by the bullets you had, like for 40 minutes, I think. We have had very strong messages from these two presenters who have come after Clovis. Why do we breed? For yield, for taste, for sustainability, and resilience to shocks and stresses. I met one of the most prominent chefs, East Africa actually, to that level, and he says, the smaller it is, the more nutritious and the sweeter. But there is a criminalization of our seed, actually. Some of it is being seen as a crime to have them, and yet these seeds have been tested over time, and the best way to keep seed is to actually keep it growing so that it can acclimatize, as scientist Aaron has mentioned, and that natural selection, but Bwana Vanasio, this is a process that is very slow and is a big justification for genetic engineering because the natural way is slow, how we can overcome that. But you say you have quite a lot of seed stored. Can I come in the evening and take some from Naro? How can we access that seed? The focus of money being at the forefront of our production systems is also a very big challenge, and we need to establish seed banks. But where can I find one? In Kamwenge, in Chegegwa, and then we need to continue advocacy. I think, can we stand up for 3 seconds? Because I see the energy levels really going down. I was only seeing Chris's hand managing to rise, so yeah. Good. So, Chris, I think you wanted my microphone. Yes, sir. Should I give it to him? So we take a seat, and then Chris will give us an opening of the discussion to the audience. We just have less than 6 minutes, and we should usher in, I think, either the lunch or the next presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, for moderating this wonderful session, and the discussants who have given us very useful insights. I think this topic for me touches the core of the African, who is seriously losing what was theirs, what sustained us for very many generations. The story of seed selection that I think Clovis talked about, I grew up watching my grandmother every time and again doing her own seed selection and storing it. And it was always available without going bad. Now, my concern is here. One, I think science is failing us. It's high time that science did better. When they go to adjust these things, they create what you cannot consume. While you were speaking, I interjected. You know this banana called fear? Of what use has it been for us? We have rejected it. We can't consume it. And there are now other stories attached to it. The problem with science, you're not listening to the consumer. You're not listening to the cultural aspects of food. So I think it is high time that science also looked at what works for me. Can science take forward what has sustained us? By the way, somebody told me a theory which perhaps can be proven, that what is science? That something that you're able to do multiple times and the results are the same, that is science. Now, if I have worked with this seed for a very long time and it has worked for me, why can't it be taken forward? Now, what strategies do we need? Let me also mention that the governance is failing us, policy-wise. The introduction of all these hybrids which are saturating our markets, the introduction of chemicals which are killing what we used to have is a policy issue. What is our governance system doing? We need to protect our future. Now, for a very long time, we've been desiring to have our own seed banks. It's a mere talk. Mere talk. Now, can we start at our own level to have these seed banks, just like my mother, my grandmother did at home? Norway has what they call the Doomsday Vault. What is in the Doomsday Vault is seed collected all over the world, and they are preserving it. The expectation is that one day, all this seed will be lost, and we need to have it stored somewhere. Why do we have to wait for Norway to do it? And by the way, when it is lost, we will go to them and buy it very, very expensively. Our own seed, which we used to have. So, the role of Mountains of the Moon University, I think here, which is a teaching university and a community university, maybe you can help us on that front. can we work together to find the necessary resources, local and outside, to create our own seed bank, our own doomsday vault, which can keep our seed. Doom really means that in the future these things will not be there and we're likely to suffer. So let's create our own doomsday vault. And I see a role of Mountains of the Moon University and government of Uganda helping here. But first of all, we need to help ourselves. We need to look ahead and see that there is going to be real serious consequences. And unless we did something for ourselves, no one else is going to do it for us. So it's high time we did reflect on that. And then there are also so many diseases that are associated with this foreign seed that is coming here. Some of it, we don't know what is embedded in there. GMOs and the like, and we're very busy consuming them. And yet we're very healthy with our indigenous seed. So let's do something about that and help ourselves. So I thought I make those points. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much. Very strong points there and almost summarized the extra discussion. There was a name here already.
Thank you, colleagues, for your presentations. And Chris, thank you for also giving us highlights. One thing I realize is that in this entire discussion, the consumer misses out. Most of these things are derived, or the consumer is a driver to some of these things. Now, just imagine if you go to the market now and found small indigenous tomatoes, and then you brought the GMO tomatoes, even with Macozeb on top of it. I want to assure you that a consumer, because probably they are not aware, they would go for the synthetically produced compared to the agroecologically produced. So I think that in this whole campaign, we need to have a consumer somewhere to understand the dynamics in these seeds. I think that should be something that we think about every now and then. The other issue is about, if I moved in this region, where do I get this seed? The one we are talking about. Where do I get it? Even when I promote it, where can I get it? Because the farmer will tell me, okay, where can I buy it? What answer do we give? Narrow, you said you have them. Where are they? Where can we pick them? So that as yesterday, we should be able to say, okay, Narrow has a whole store of indigenous seed, and we send farmers there to buy them. If not, where can partners get them probably for farmers and we start breeding them? That should be something that we need to think about as quickly as possible. Maybe the other issue that I have, you see wrong things are being advertised and right things aren't. I don't know that you've seen that. If you go to television, very wrong things you are discussing about are being advertised. You'll see that all these pesticides are being advertised. And you and I are aware, my fellow scientists here, you are aware that more than half of the pesticides are highly hazardous on the market of Uganda. And unfortunately, all these highly hazardous pesticides are actually not promoted in their countries of origin. Now the question is, where is the regulator? Why are they entering in this country and yet we have a whole department? Of course, I'm speaking into the commissioner. I am aware that I have checked on the MAIF website. I have seen that catalog with pesticides. I know that some of the pesticides, more than half I have seen on our market here, are not even approved for use in their countries, but they're here. But they're being advertised. Who is advertising the indigenous seed? Where is that advert? Who is even advertising the biosolutions we are talking about? Who and where are they anyway? And I think for me, we need to reflect on how do we use media to advertise our indigenous seed? How do we advertise our biosolutions to address these challenges? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we have a very sweet discussion. Can you, you can use this one and they will send the other one. Take the black to the back.
Thank you so much, Tadeo. Mine are very quick. I just want to add my voice to those who are advocating for the local seed banks. I think this is something that we can do, and I'm glad that Toro Botanical Garden has started to do something around it. Let's support that and see how we can actually support the local seed banks. I think Fort Porto and the Rwenzori region have a great opportunity to build local recipes, because this area now is a designated tourist destination, And I think we have an opportunity to build local recipes that can be also of interest to the tourists. So for me, I see from a business point of view that there's an opportunity for us to develop that. And we can work with the restaurants, with the hotel sector to be able to actually design some recipes that can actually be of interest to the people who come to visit here. And that way we can also attach a commercial value to conservation. Much as we want to build seed banks, I think the best way to conserve seeds is to conserve it on farm. We can also promote the growing of these seeds on farm, such that we don't wait for the doomsday to happen and then we're able to replant. And then lastly, I think we need to also change the way we train our extension workers. I think most of the people who come out of the universities have really a mindset of the Western. And I think for them, extension and training is really about modern technologies. Technologies adopted from elsewhere. And I think here at the university, I think for me, Mountains of the Moon University can be of great help here, that we can work together and be able to purposively redesign our training curricula for people who are going to be training the farmers and facilitating the farmers, such that we purposively reorient them on really the things we are talking about. Otherwise, when I was at Mackay University, I never heard about local seed. I never studied anything to do with these local things. It's purely theoretical, things from abroad, things with a completely foreign, and nothing is, you're studying the Canadian prairies, you're studying the, you get it. I think we need to bring down the curriculum to also address our local needs as a country. And this we can do as a university, and this we can also lobby and advocate through the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you so much in the interest of time, Doctor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to mention something. As a participant who has been listening to the discussion, I like the discussion on conservation and everything about seed. I'm too passionate about seed because it's around seed work where I get my relevance to have the job I have. So when people are discussing about seed, I was quiet, but keenly listening and following on what is happening. The issues on conservation and breeding and the rest, yes, I know that breeding methods are really diverse. I want us to just recognize that we have an increasing population, and we need to promote practices which are able to help us sustain the well-being of a human being. So conservation is a key for the narrow people. That's where they derive the genetics, which even the improvements they do, they derive them from what has existed. We also need to be aware that some of the things we think are actually indigenous are not indigenous to us, okay? Some of them were also introduced, but maybe over time lifestyles have changed and seemed to abandon those. And for us probably who are older than others, we associate ourselves with them, and now they seem to be indigenous. And we keep them around us because it's what probably propelled our growth when we're young. So we need to look at this thing in a more holistic way. But here I wanted just to make a comment on the issue of chemicals, what my colleague was raising. It is an issue which is for discussion. I think it's a matter which is before court currently. There was an application which was lodged before court about the chemicals in the country and that kind of thing. So I would want to advise that when we are discussing an issue on that matter which is now before court, especially if there is media, we try as much as possible to be factual and not create an alarmist situation around the issue which is existing, because there is a robust system for management of the chemicals which are in the country, and then some of the chemicals, I would say almost all the chemicals we are using currently are part of the chemicals which are being used still in the world. The process of phasing out of chemicals is international. It's not isolated to Uganda or Europe. But what we need to note that there are preferential markets, okay? Just like the way we're discussing indigenous food here, even in Europe, there are preferential markets, which will say that for me, I would rather have food produced like this. So the same way we're here that for me, I would rather eat my enswiga and leave your cabbage. So that's my preferential market, and I can attach value to it. And currently, I think in Europe, most of those products which are associated with the low production using chemicals have attracted a high value in terms of the market. But that doesn't mean that the others are not also consumed, but rather that the preference is growing towards this because people think it is the way to go. So science is still giving us more information in regards to the safety and the hazards around most of these chemicals. That's why you see the debate is around the science, World Health Organization saying this chemical should be banned. They go to court, they say, give us evidence. So it's all a science debate in the world. So science will give us evidence. And the moment, as a government, we have evidence that these chemicals must be banned, there is no reason why anybody would want such a chemical to do it, to exist. So that's just what I wanted to give, that there's nobody who is thinking that Ugandans are less important and they should be given risky products compared to other people maybe in the world. So all of us are consuming these products, and the moment we realize that the risk is clear and it has been documented, then this should be pulled out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing this important information. We now, I thought that we are hungry, but it seems I am hungry alone. We only take 2 from the back. The front has been represented, and then we throw it back to the main discussants.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Pumpkin, pastor for the farmers based in Uyukwe District, Kesamu Farm Limited. My question, the first question to the professors, where is Dr. Miro, and the researchers. What you are researching on, do you eat them or leave the community to eat? How can you come up with fear, yet on the plate you don't eat that fear? The institution who researched on fear, I don't know what happened to him or her. Neo cancer, and you are there in the office, we have made the research, billions of money went on fear. But where is the results? Are we Ugandans, or we are just came up from maybe anywhere? 2, you see, let's go back to our culture. As one of the speakers said, let's go back to our culture. Good enough you are enjoying your money for research, but the community is crying. If the report says, the New Vision said last year, 23 million Ugandans sleep without food. Now you say we are in Nalo, Mackay University, what? When you read that report, really, are you still a sciencer or a researcher? 5 people, when you meet 5 people, 2 of them sleep without food, believe or not. Take a research during COVID time. So please, let us keep the culture, because you are in the office, you can't spend in that office 100 years, for sure. And no one is sleeping in the office. After all, you go back in the what? In the community. Let us help ourselves. For indigenous seeds, we are just wasting time. People who are promoting indigenous food, we are just wasting time for the researchers, the institution, the government officials. Let's promote these indigenous seeds or foods ourselves for the weather markets. But for these people, they have the issue, policy. Policy can't allow us to promote this or to policy. Who is policy? Actually, policy. Good enough, Minister Tumwewa has talked about narrow, as we speak to Jeffrey. Narrow, you make your good research after you keep it in the cupboard. and you don't bring that research to the community. Another thing, why do you do research on internet than from the community? People, they don't know that actually. Don't you have money to sensitize the community about what you are researched for? Actually, always I challenged the researchers and they never loved me. For sure, after making the research, why do you do research on, Professor? Why do you do research on using the internet than coming to UK, than coming to Kamwenge, than coming to and make a research, have a discussion with the farmers? The donors, they donate money to the NGOs, to the research institution. End of the day, they don't reach to the last person using the internet and whatever. We are tired of that. We are going to promote our own indigenous seeds, our own food. We have market for them. For you, you keep enjoying your money for sure. So as I'm summarizing, you're talking about the smallholder farmers. Who supports the smallholder farmers? NGOs, some NGOs, they just come, we are promoting, we are helping smallholder farmers, but reach to the last person. They just say, we are giving you knowledge. Am I going to eat knowledge end of the day? If I want to construct something, am I going to use things moving with finance? Instead of supporting like 50 people for knowledge, support 25 financially, knowledge, and etc. Then saying, we are supporting you, we are supporting. I constructed my seed bank. I think at Naro they are going to come from Ontario. We constructed our own seed bank without any donor. And people was ever asking donor fund, do something before you ask the donor money. So we are going for the pumpkins. So, but the biggest challenge, after constructing the seed bank or creating something, now they can come. My youth, they can come. After me struggling to do something, finally, I want to request my youth. I want to request the researchers, help these farmers step by step. But why do you wait someone to come up with easy traditional research and also you come in? Why do you don't wait us to come up with our research and then after all research. The biggest challenge, we have the policy, the UNDS, the MAIF, they need certification. 22 million, you ask that commission, 22 million to certify your organic thing. That is the struggle where we are. 22, I have researched in my traditional weather forecast report. Some of you on the platform you see. But after all you say, to certify your weather update, 22 million. Can you imagine? To satisfy my agroecology products, 22 million. Yet I have not got the things outside the country. Professor, help us. You sit with your people to see that, no, these smallholder farmers, all the farmers, we need each other. Where do you need the help? Than saying, no, if you don't want to certify that organic, please, you are not going to sell it on the market. Yet Locket is on the market. Locket and my organic, which is better to destroy people's life. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you for that really passionate and touching comment. We take that and then he will be the last and I will pull the microphone. We need the, sorry, take the microphone back because we need the identification. We missed it here. Name particularly.
I'm Samuel, pastor for the farmers. That's why you see the weather is somehow, because they are exhibiting. You ask Yomoland and Aksa and whatever. Always we pray for the farmers. We need prayers. And Professor Ansuju, always we call pumpkin. Every day 10 box bodies to Kenya. Every day 10 box bodies to Kenya. So thank you. We made our research. No, they are coming.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, it was still in the back, sorry.
All right, thank you so much from my brother and all the presenters. Mine, I have a brief one. Of recent, there is something that I've been noticing with the farmers from where I've been visiting. Isaac Odell is my name, agronomist Goal. What we are referring to, the farmer-saved seed or our indigenous seeds, there's a way how their germination percentages are dropping down. And one thing that I've noticed within the stories that I've been collecting from these farmers, these seeds that are coming from outside. To be specific, for one maize variety, they were calling it DK777. And Professor, maybe you will throw more light on this. There is what they term as the terminator gene. I don't know if the pollen from the DK777, when it cross-pollinates with our indigenous varieties, it makes those seeds sterile and they cannot be planted in the next season. If that is the case, we are really on a time bomb. Because once these terminator genes get into contact with our indigenous species or the indigenous varieties, we shall keep it whatever years we want, but they will not help us. So we have a bigger problem of the terminator gene loitering, and as what I reviewed previously, that pollen can move for all over 45 kilometers. So imagine if somebody has planted DK777 here, and you have your maize 45 kilometers from here, the seed you are going to get from your garden there may only be 50% viable. So Professor, maybe you will throw more light on that. I thought I should put it across. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Microphone for him, and then we close the... Yes, I am getting a warning. Please be precise and concise.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation and also the discussants. I also need to thank Samuel for the input he has given us about research and the universities and so on. I'll begin just to throw a highlight, some few highlights on the research. The first one was on fear. Banana, what you are calling fear, it was rejected, it has no test and so on. Maybe what happened is it was rejected basing on what? What use was it intended for? So at first they produced a product either intended to produce enough food to save people from what? From hunger. So when you have a lot of food, you become choosy. Because you can access Mbwazilume. If there is fear 17, you will not eat the fear what? 17. But when you have no food, you will eat everything, isn't it? So fear 17 was intended to fight hunger. But more importantly, if you talk to the people who are producing wine, fear 17 produces the best wine. So if you don't want to eat it, go into production of what? Of wine. So maybe the packaging, I will say the narrow that produced the banana, never packaged. They use. But some people have worked hard and looked here and there, they have found out it produces the best what? The best wine. So change from eating the fear to wine. Then they were saying it is accompanied by certain disease. Those are speculations. Just like when they brought umbrella trees. In Masakan, there was AIDS. They were saying when you put an umbrella tree in the compound, the moment the root reaches the what? The house, somebody dies. Is it true? It was not true. Then when you go to the GMOs, in Uganda, we haven't allowed the consumption of GMOs. Is research being done on GMOs? Yes. Even now, we are doing some research on what? GMOs. But we are not allowed to give it out to the public for consumption. Are GMOs good? And maybe another, I want to clarify, people don't understand a GMO and a hybrid. When people see a big mango, they say it is a what? No. That's not true. A hybrid, maybe I'll put it in simple terms. If I married my sister there, I'm forgetting the name. No. My sister from Care. Yes. When we produce a kid, that one will be hybrid, not a GMO. Are we clear? If I have an Ankole cow, or our cow with long horns, and crosses with a Frisian, that one will be a hybrid, not a GMO. So most people are confusing GMOs with a hybrid. A hybrid, are always the same species For example, I have a local mango, which we call kagogwa. Because for it is resistant to pests and diseases, I cross it with Artichon. So I produce a mango. That one is still a hybrid, not a GMO. But when I get a gene from a cow and I insert it into a cow and I put it into a goat, that one becomes a genetically modified organism. So stop confusing GMOs with hybrids. Then lastly, we always have an argument with Tumine, we work with him. Are GMOs good or bad? My answer is yes and no. Depending on the intended what? Use. All of us here are putting on clothes made of what? Cotton. Am I lying? All of us are putting on clothes made from what? Cotton. Where are most of these cotton? No, there are some are actually very clear. We put some are what? But 80% is cotton. Where do we get it? Cotton from India is BT cotton. Cotton from Pakistan is BT cotton. Cotton from Egypt is BT what? Cotton. So if it is a cloth which has nothing to my human health, I have no problem with what? Using it. You have carpets in your houses. Most of them have been made from fibers from GMOs. So it's the intended use. If it can harm my human life, then it becomes bad. For example, I've not had somebody fighting genetically modified medicine.
Summarize.
I want to clear it. We have people suffering from diabetes. They take insulin. What does it come from? We have modified bacteria to produce insulin that is made into tablets, which you do what? You do take. We have human papilloma what? Virus, which we are vaccinating what? Our women and girls. Where does it come from? It is a GMO. So that's why we are saying when it comes to GMOs, we need a regulation that you shouldn't insert a gene of a pig into a cow because you will have issues with
the regulation.
Religious what? Religious people, Muslim will say, how would you put a gene of a what? Of a pig into a cow? That's why we are saying we need a regulation because you can't run away from science, whether you want it or not. Then
I kindly request that we will continue the scientific debate. Ask Jesse to organize a 5-day conference.
Okay, I just wanted to clear. Maybe let's say to the farmer, which is more important. He's saying we do science on internet. No, it's not true. We first do these things, take them out for trials with farmers. When they do well, that's when they are released. Then on seed, why are we not advertising local seed? Me, I always say, whenever there is a problem, there is always an opportunity. Can you make a niche in seed so that you begin, when people know, we can say maybe in my hotel, I prepare indigenous what? Foods. You'll make a niche and make a killing. So you take it as an opportunity to make more money. Then lastly, I'm also a farmer, I grow pumpkins. You have said you always take whatever to Kenya. I think after this we shall work with you out. I also grow pumpkins and I'll also be selling them to Kenya. We shall also talk more about that. Thank you very much.
I'm really very sorry to take away this very nice conversation, but I would like to give my main discussants here 1 minute to wrap. If there is anything to respond or a conclusive message, we are already out of time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tadeo. Actually, Professor Nsuju was a voice of the people. You can already see how the people would like to deal with their affairs in the African way, in their cultural way. That was a very loud voice. There is some discussant, when he was discussing, he actually reminded me on what is written on the cigarette packet, that cigarette smoking can be harmful to your health, but is still on the shelves in the markets around. With the legislation in Uganda, nobody complains about it.
Actually, it's not anymore can be, but it is harmful.
It is harmful to your health, it is there. So we have certain things which are very hazardous amongst us here, and there are very many advocates for them. If you can remember my first presentation, I also talked about one of the challenges where we have cutting-edge scientists who are trained in very prestigious universities in Europe to come and defend certain things which are going to destroy our integrity here. For instance, in as much as certain things are good, but when they are used badly, they can be very bad. For instance, a panga is a very good tool, but it can also be a weapon. And if you hand it to a madman, then it will not be used as a tool, it will be used as a weapon. So please, there are certain things that we are not yet ready to handle at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clovis, 1 minute closing remarks.
Yes, local seed banks. We had started this work in Kasese, building capacity of farmers to produce local seed. The focus was on local vegetables. I don't know whether this has been sustained or when we left it, it collapsed. But we had built capacity and linked them to commercial seed producers. Then I think it can be supported at local level, the local seed. What NARO is conserving is not seed for growing, it is a gene. NARO is conserving genes of all the crops we have, not seeds for planting, that in the future, if you want to get the crop, that crop can be produced. Eh? You have understood it. So we are conserving genes for each crop that exists in this country. Eating what we research on, yes, we eat. Unless it is for other uses, we eat what we produce. But of course, the preference is yours. You can choose what to eat and what to leave. Then I want to echo that we don't research on the internet. If there are people doing it, but at least not me. We get information. It is there for all of us, and we use it.
Yes, thank you, Venancio, for that summarization.
Okay, thank you, members. To summarize, I would say that indigenous seed is our heritage. Let us all promote indigenous seed because it shall save us from buying seed every other season, and especially our smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for keeping the positive energy. This is the beginning, I think, of action. I would like to thank the students who are here. You have heard the message to Mountains of the Moon. It is not to Clovis or me, it's to you, the students. Thank you for organizing this wonderful session and choosing the best discussants for it. Applause to Jesse. Can we have a clap for our discussants? And we have concluded it's the responsibility of me first and then you. Do not point to the other person, look at the 3 fingers that are facing your side. Thank you very much, Jesse and the organizers of this. I hope you put these serious points in the call to action. Thank you very much. Who is taking it? Lunch or another discussion?
Another discussion and then...
Another discussion or I'm dead. So please take the microphone, William.
Thank you, Tadeo, for moderating this session. I know we started a bit late, but we are trying to manage time and how best we can finish the program of the day. At this very point, we are going actually to have our last presentation, which is going to be online, and it's going to take like 30 minutes. Then after that, we shall, all of us, go to the exhibition where we are going to tour and see what farmers have brought for us. And then we shall end the day from the exhibition session. At this very point, allow me to invite Bernard KRC, who's going to moderate this last session, which is going to take at least 30 minutes. And our lead presenter is going to be Agnes Kirabo, who is the Executive Director, Food Rights Alliance, and is going to make her presentation online. So Bernard, you can take over, and then you will invite the discussants. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, for this opportunity. So, Agnes, we are ready to listen to you. And then thereafter, I'll invite Eria and Eric. You come and sit here shortly after her presentation. Okay, over to you, Agnes. Nice to hear from you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard, and thank you so much, William, and the entire establishment of Jesse and my people. I can receive an echo. I don't know what the problem is. Okay. Please, William, sort out the echo. Yeah. I think it is okay now. Not yet. There are two computers that are open. More than one computer that are open.
Can you proceed? Can we proceed? Agnes?
Yeah, I'm here, but the echo is gone.
Now, I realize that Chirabo is not... I think she dropped out because of network. But what she was supposed to present to us, she was looking at the contribution of food culture to the health of the population in the Rwenzori region. So looking at how food culture is influencing health of the population, and that's what she was going to take us through. Looking at our food culture, how is it affecting us, specifically when it comes to the health demands, health needs. So we're all going to leverage on her presentation to probably give her some bit of comments, but also raise a number of questions. But you're realizing that in terms of quality culture, already cultures have a very big influence to food and of food systems. If you look at our culture here, I don't see what has left, but you realize that our cultures have a very big contribution to what we eat. If you look at people from here, what is it that we eat? What about the people from Kasese? What about people from elsewhere? So our cultures, over time, we've had some bit of deterioration in culture. And so we're thinking about quality culture as an influence to optimal feeding. If people could go back to our cultures, you realize that the kind of food we'd be eating would be different. But then also because of westernizing everything, we find that currently most of us are eating because what is available is not even our food, but that's what is available. If you go to the universities, it is even worse. That people would want to, for example, eat chips, but chips are not part of our culture. And less of us are eating, for example, millet bread, which used to be our food, but it has gone off our plates. So what Agnes was supposed to discuss with us was, okay, how do we use our culture to promote a sustainable food system? Or how do we leverage on our culture going backwards to make sure that we bring back our indigenous food, for example, back to the plate? How do we ensure that our indigenous food is edible to us now? Many of us would shun away from eating oburo. Many of us would shun away from eating omkaro. Many of us would shun away from eating a swiga. And many of us, if you go to Kasese, for example, many people would shun away from eating isombe. And these were our foods. But then where have they gone? These were the most healthy foods that we have, but they have all disappeared over time. So she was taking us through that kind of discussion on how our indigenous food would be helpful in terms of health of our communities. If you go back to our cultures, you realize that the type of fat we're using in our foods are no longer the fats that we are using currently. In our culture, I don't remember us having, for example, margarine or Blue Band. But what is happening now? Most of us are now custodians of eating Blue Band. I have always challenged our parents. When you're taking your children to school, what are you packing for your child? If it is not bread and Blue Band and soda, then you may not pack for your child food for school. I think you agree with me. But what's wrong with packing an egg for your child? Because that is part of our food. What is wrong with packing a yellow banana, specifically this ndizi, or kasukari? You cannot see parents packing that kind of food for our children. What is wrong with packing millet porridge for your child when he's going to school? So we are trying to go away from the realities of culture into what we think is modern. So I think we need to have a very thorough reflection on how culture influences our diets, how our culture is reflecting, is affecting our health. So this is the kind of discussion we're supposed to have this afternoon in this session. If you look at the way we preserve food, let us go back to our drawing board. In our elderly version, cassava was harvested and put in water. And after that, after a few days, take it off water and they dry it on top of, how were they calling it? Yes, a drying rack. And every home would have it. The question is, what went wrong? You find food on tarmac roads. You find food drying on bare ground because of the poor quality culture. We no longer have the quality culture of handling food. If in the olden days, if cassava was put in water, You wouldn't get cassava from water and you put it on the ground because immediately it would get dirty. So they would wash it and put it on top of something. So the question is, where did this quality culture go? Currently, today in the morning, I was speaking on the radio and I said, you find now currently people making waragi using spirit. I hope you've heard about it. And it's too common here in our setting. But in our olden days, what was the content of waragi? It was banana, it was musa, and then they put millet to make tonto. So the question is now, what went wrong? Where is this quality culture where people would really make beverages using food that was actually nutritious? Currently, people are doing something else. So I don't know whether it is greed or whether it is poor culture. So this is the discussion that we need to take on. We think about, okay, if I use the spirit to make liquor for people, to make a beverage, what is the effect on the health that someone has consumed this kind of food? Now, quality culture would not allow us to use very wrong things. Imagine these days, someone getting formalin and putting it in meat. Formalin is a medicine we use to treat dead bodies to keep them for long. And now they are putting it in our milk, in our meat. So the question is there culture in us? Where is that culture of loving people? The priests will keep telling us love one another, but where has it gone? So in terms of maintaining food, in terms of assuring that the food we are giving to people meets our standards of culture and so promotes the health of the people, is the discussion that we wanted to undertake this afternoon. If you realize that in our setting, many people will use rat poison, for example, will use rat poison to treat beans, to keep them for long. But the same rat poison is killing a neighbor and you're burying them. So you can imagine where the cultures have really disappeared. Someone is taking a tablet, rat poison, to kill themselves, and you pick that same rat poison, you use it in treatment of beans. I think you see where culture has disappeared. People are no longer reasoning from the cultural perspective. Currently, you realize that many homes no longer keep food. Go to our homes. You realize that actually in Lutoro we call it objongo. Objongo is left home for people to eat, and the best food is sold off. Yet in the culture, people are keeping food. You would find your grandmom having yellow bananas priority for their children or grandchildren. Do you have them in your homes? So how is this kind of copying wrong things influencing us? So I think Agnes has not been able to be online, so I want to invite Eric and Eria to come and build on this discussion, and then I will come a little bit of the questions or comments, and then we move. So Eria, please come, and Eric, and you build on this discussion. So as they come, I want us to also reflect on Orugali. You know what they call Orugali? People would have food served on Orugali, and the intention was not that really you have to serve food on a platter, but the issue was that, okay, the father, the mother, and the children are able to share from the same platter. So these days, the father eats from a restaurant, the mother eats from the market, and the children are eating home. Now, many parents come to the market. They come and buy katogo, they eat, whatever. But when they go home, they take for children soda. But after they have eaten katogo. So that's why you see many of the women are looking nice and their children are miserable. So these are the aspects. So culture is really lost. So let us listen to this gentleman. I'll probably start with Eric. He gives me his cultural version from the northern part of Uganda. And then we shift to Amot. You also share with us, and then we close this session and we move out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I want to appreciate our audience tonight. Also my colleague, Eria. Once again, my name is Eric. I work for ILDP. I'm around 9 months old into this sub-region. Yeah, our topic today is about the culture of food, or the food culture. When we begin to think about the food culture, what comes to our mind is the norms, the belief systems which governs or override decision on food. So Today, we want to discuss with you, but I think from my own perspective, what I want to say is that the culture of food is not built on its own. It is derived from the culture of the ethnic community or the tribe that that society belongs to. Without that, you cannot have a very clear definition of what the food culture is. So my submission is going to be from the positive and the negative perspective, because our discussion is about the contribution of food culture to the health of the population. I know that there is the positive contribution of the food culture, which one of it I want to talk about is that food culture makes us know what exactly is acceptable. If we are to draw back from the ethnic kind of definition of what kind of food is allowed for a specific community, we know that the food culture comes as a package. It brings all the menu intact. What kind of food is acceptable for that community to eat? Which is it that is not allowed? So our food culture makes it very clear for a specific society to know what kind of food they should eat. And if I am to put my legs slightly into the water, looking at the different culture of food in Uganda, if I am to talk about my people, the Acholi community, our food culture is constructed around our culture. And the culture is always not very stable. It has a lot of external influences. And so it's constructed based on where the Acholi people traveled through up to their current destination, the different kind of tribes they interacted with, and the tribal amalgamation. Probably with whom have they intermarried, with whom have they had some kind of cultural influences. So that dictates the kind of food the Acholi people cultivate and they consider is food. The challenges that they were faced with during their process of movement also dictates the choice of the kind of food they consider food. But also the food culture is dependent on years of research by the people, by the local people I mean, which clearly tells them which food can help them sustain their lives, which food is considered dangerous for their community. So I want to talk about Malakwang in the Acholi context. For the Acholi people, Malakwang is more of hibiscus species. For the Acholi people, Malakwang is a food which is rich in nutrients. It has a lot of minerals, including even iodine and iron. And those minerals help people with blood formation. And we know that for lactating mothers, blood is required. And so Malakwang is one of the foods which is recommended for lactating mothers and pregnant women. But we find that on the negative currently, that culture of dedicating Malakwang for the pregnant, lactating mothers has already gone off. Nobody seems to be appreciating it. And so we can see the increasing rates of malnutrition. We have recently received reports from different partners in Uganda talking about cases of micronutrient deficiencies in the country. And I saw Karamoja coming out. I saw northern Uganda, the Acholi community also coming up. The western sub-region is also coming out. It all stems back from the loss of culture. We still seem not to appreciate the knowledge that have been gathered that, you know, the different topography has a capacity to produce different foods. And so the different communities have selection of different kind of crops which they call food for themselves. So this is from my positive side. Still, I know that on the negative is that culture is not stable. It is vulnerable. There is a lot of influence on the culture which comes from both inside and outside. Our moderator talked about preference by the people. Sometimes you find even our own people regarding that kind of food which is classified as food for our community as something not right. They tend to disassociate with it and they say it is low class. This has led to the loss of the seeds which we need to keep so that we are able to feed our community. And yet, you know, the most contradicting part of it, when an Acholi moves from Acholi land and, let me say, comes to Fort Portal, and someone serves them malakwang, they tend to like it. They get excited and they show the world that they like it really. So why are we confusing ourselves? I know when we talk about the Batoro people, for you to have a genial pet name, your pet name must have been given when Fininda is served and the millet flour. Fininda is not served without vegetables. It is served with vegetables. It's served with eggplant. It's served with pumpkin. If you don't do this, your empako is fake. And that comes from the culture. So we still see so many Batoro people so proud of their empako, and yet it's fake for some people. Because you don't have the cultural bit. We said in the beginning, or someone said in the beginning, that culture is our identity. And so if you love it, why do you lie to people? So I want to say that culture is very vulnerable because there are so many factors associated with it. And also we have known that the culture of food tends to be influenced a lot. If someone wants to colonize you, they will first of all start by colonizing you in the aspect of the food that you feed on. We have seen quite a number of cash crops which were introduced in Uganda. For different specific crops, they were given to specific communities. The Acholi people where I come from, they were given cotton. The people in the central and western, they were given coffee. Who is consuming coffee here? Let me see by show of hands. How do you identify with coffee? And this is why so many people have still remained very poor with coffee. Because the processing of coffee, the processing of cotton is not done here. And it doesn't contribute to our food systems. So probably coffee contributes to the food systems of those who eat a lot of chocolate. And so how are the Batoro people linked to coffee? Is it part of the empako? So, I mean, looking at this, I think there is a doable action we need to adopt. We need to focus at the kind of food that clearly identifies with our culture, and we need to act to revive our culture, because our culture comes together with the kind of food that we need to eat. I want to conclude by saying that food culture makes us save our environment. Because if we look at the culture of empako, during the empako, there is planting of trees. There is planting of banana stem. All these try to have an influence on the kind of land use practices which should be promoted in that topography or agroecology. So generally speaking, we need to identify what kind of food we identify with as a society. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, my brother Eric, for putting together such a spirited debate about our culture and food. It's unfortunate that our main presenter did not put up the presentation, because our main role here was to look at the insights coming from the presentation and be able to put them into perspective in regard to food and culture. I don't know, maybe Bernard can support me here. I don't know whether food defines culture or culture defines food. It's a question of the egg and the chicken. Yeah, which comes first? But my opinion is that food and culture are very interlinked, and definitely they influence the health of communities. I know in this discussion, we are trying to look for possible ways on how we can build sustainable food systems, and food systems that actually put safe food on table, but also that contribute to the inner growth of people. Actually, most of us here, if you did a proper study, majority of us could be malnourished. Physically, we might look okay, but actually we have silent hunger. And that is where I think this discussion becomes very, very important. I want to bring to your attention that there was a study that was done. I don't want to quote it. I am missing the actual details. But it's a study that was done about 2 or 3 years ago that actually found out that majority of the children here, I would say about 40%, is it Bernard? 40.6% of the children in the Greater Toro region were stunted. Physically, and also, I think also if you did an interrogation of the brain, they are equally stunted. This can also explain why we have a lot of low grades in some of the schools here. And if you also interrogate it further, it's coming down to what we are eating. I know there's Mzee Mbojana keeps talking about the matoke with a lot of passion that he doesn't like it because it does not put a lot of nutrients on the plate. But could also speak to the fact that there's a market-led system now, that where most of the good food ends up in the market, like Bernard had said, and what remains is actually, the remains is what we eat, and that affects exactly what. So to go back on the topic for today, I think for me the cultural erosion that is actually happening now is significantly affecting our identity as a people of the Rwenzori region, and equally is affecting our health. I want to say that the best medicine is food. You will choose to eat it, or you will get it in the hospital through tablets and the injections. But I want to say that we look the way we look because of what we eat. So if we want to be healthy, I think the best thing we can do is to eat well and eat healthy diets. Like Eric has said, the culture changes, I think. Although the rate of change might be what we can interrogate, it could be faster than what it should actually be. And equally, I think food changes a bit. The trends in the way food is prepared and consumed also changes. I know there's an increased growth now of urban centers and people getting more into the urban setting. And that is actually also, we no longer have the luxury actually to prepare food and keep it on the fire burning very well. And people are now resorting to more quick meals. And quick meals means that you also are preparing them in a way that is also hasty. And that way you may also lose the food values. Because you can buy very good food from the market, but you can lose the value during the preparation practices. So that means also we may, much as we may support the system of production of food that speaks to the health needs of the region, but we must also address the habits or practices of preparing food, because the food values are also lost at that point. So I also think that there is a challenge in the way that the way knowledge now is, I think we are losing a lot of important, the heritage of knowledge from the old generations to the new ones, because I don't know if we went into the history, if we are going to find actually the cultural recipes of the Rwenzori region. Can we be able to put them on the table? Is it there? I understand at one point KRC attempted to look at such recipes. But I think there's a need for us to go back to that debate. Can we reinvent actually the recipe book, and which can be also according to the different cultures? What do the Bakonzo eat actually? What do the Batoro eat? And the university, I know Mountains of the Moon is here. We could also work with them to see, and I know they don't have they have a public health department, but they don't have the nutrition. But there are some universities that have actually developed very good programming around nutrition education. Like Chambogo, I think also Makerere, and which are the Bernard? And UCU. And we could also look at how these recipes and how they are affecting the health of the people. So in a nutshell, I want to say that indeed it is true that what you eat determines your health status. But also, if you want to look well and live longer, you have to improve the way you prepare and eat food, because the best food, the best medicine is food. So this discussion can continue. We can take it on further. But I'm deeply concerned about the declining levels of biodiversity here in the region. And declined biodiversity also means that you are getting less and less diverse food. The plate is getting more and more monotonous, and that is also affecting how much we actually take in as consumers. So this discussion is very interesting, and I wish how it could also continue. Maybe we could have also a programming on radios that really is tackling, discussing these issues of food, and we'll see how we can take on this debate beyond this meeting. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Thank you, colleagues. Is anyone having a comment, a question, or something? Just want to first see the hands, then, okay, we have only one person. Okay, I just want to interest you with this photo here before we can discuss. You see this? This is our tradition, right? Now, currently, when you go to the market, you find that people pack for us beans, and they first put stones to increase the weight, not so? That is moral decadence. In our culture, we know very well that we are using mbavi. You know mbavi? Banana leaves to actually cover food during preparation. If you go to the restaurants now, what are we using? Polythene bags. And that one, moral decadence. So we need to look at morals from the production bit of it, processing. If you look at the way food was being processed, abantu bali bakoze rubengo. You know rubengo? The stone and whatever. Currently, because of moral decadence, people are using non-food grade materials to process food. And so many of us are eating actually metal filings in food. Researchers have shown that as well. All this is part of moral decadence. So I think our health is deteriorating because of the nature in which people are running away from the realities of culture to what they think works. So at the end of the day, people get sick because of eating contaminated food and being contaminated because of moral decadence. So let us just quickly pick a question from him or a comment, and then I can pick more two hands, and then we move.
Thank you so much, colleague. Mine is just a comment and a suggestion. I beg that the responsible officers in this August House package well this information and pass it on, more especially to the university students. Because these university students are the people who have adopted so much the Western culture. And when you seem to be eating, when you are seen eating local foods, as if you are seen to be uncivilized. Therefore, this information fits so much the university students. And I myself, I always tell people, me, I'm a very local man. Since I was born, I've never suffered from malaria. I don't suffer from cough. The rest of small diseases, me, no. Yes? I'm a local breed. And when you find me eating at home, more especially, You will not like my food, but that is the best food. And more especially the ladies, and these ladies are the ones who feed our children. They like sweet foods a lot. And when those ladies produce, they feed these children the same. And this goes to the believers, the religious people. Most of the good foods are being given to pastors, to bishops, to reverends, cooks, those big cooks. You can never eat it at home. You just give it as an offertory. The eggs are taken to, more especially these people of Bisaka. I'm not afraid to talk about you people. The level of colonialism is coming seriously back. We are very much enslaved in the way we don't know. This is modern slavery. You people trust me. If we don't go back on the drawing board, we are perished. That is my comment, and that's what I can put across. I've told you I'm a very local breed. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So we come to the end of this session, and I want to encourage you, all of you as consumers, please, when you go to buy food, be careful as a consumer. Know what you eat every single time. If you go to the street and someone packs you milk, and you see the guy picking the kavera from a dirty jacket, refuse it. If someone gets a kavera, which is even from the dirty jacket, and then he pours for you water after blowing air inside, you know, you've seen those things. Someone blows air in a kavera and serves you milk. Please refute it. This is your money. So don't start buying wrong food because you have to eat. You have to be selective on what you want to eat. If you go to the market and find food on a bare ground, don't buy it. Go and buy from a source that food is on top of a surface. I mean, we have to be careful. If you go to a restaurant and you find food with its other color, you know, after being cooked in a kavera and the food is black or green, leave it. Ask for another option so that we try, if us consumers can influence what we eat, I want to assure you that the restaurants and the providers of food will also improve and give us better food. I thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for participating.
Thank you, Bernard and the team, Eric and Eria, for this wonderful discussion. And I must say our session here is almost ending. And the program next is we are actually going to be moving away from here. We are going to be inspecting the stall. And I think the representative of the commissioner will lead us, the LOC 5 representatives. So we shall be crossing now to the next session. So after the inspection of the exhibitors, we shall have lunch. And this lunch is going to be, can I say, agroecological. So you're going to test the different recipes. The Batoro from Bachiga. So it's going to be interesting. After lunch, we shall have a few closing speeches. We shall have representative of the government. I know LOC 5s will be here. Then we shall have a closing speech from the development partner. IDP will give us that speech. Then finally, we shall have the closing remarks or closing speech from Mr. Edward, the representative of the Commissioner of the Crop Production and Minister of Agriculture. And then we shall end the day. Please take note that those products will be there for buying. So if you visit a store, please endeavor to buy something from there. And those products are all agroecologically produced. So if you want to test, please make sure you pick something from there. I think that's the program now. I would request that we move. Yeah, I'm getting my colleague from there that as you move, you'll pick a coupon. You'll have a coupon as we move. So immediately from here, we do visiting the exhibitors. Then after that, we have lunch. And then we convene for a few closing remarks. Yes. Sure. Sure. No confusion. Let's visit the store because it's going to be 10 minutes. Yes. Okay. So please, members, we can move on. Rogers. So Rogers will be there. Just pick a coupon, and then we shall go directly to the exhibitions venue. No, we are moving at once.
Are we coming back here?
No, here we are done. So we are not coming back here. Yes, the closing remarks will be the other side.
Utafutisha tena nyama ama legime.
Ilikuya mwai mwaka, ilikuwa mwezi wa 4. Njo tulianza kwenda kwa mafundisho ya Kea na Jesse. Kea na Jesse kedufundisha ginsi ya kulima mboga, matungulu, makaroti na biringanya. Ile yote njo iko inatutosha muhali ya mubaya, iko inatupeleka hali ya mzuri. Mbele mpango yetu yenye iko tuko tunatarajia sisi bana memba tupate kamoto kenye kiko na pine 2. Njo budget yetu yenye tuko nayo.
Niko CBT wa kikundi yangu ni vijana group. Hiyo kikundi kuianja kweli mwa ile mwaka tulikuwa muhali ya mbaya. Watoto wetu walikuwa hawana damu kabisa, make marisho mabaya kwetu na iko ile wakati ukosefu na iko ile mwaka tukapiganisha kusevinga, tukasevinga vikakatala, maisha tukaendelea tukakatala. Lakini hii mwaka wa 2023 mwezi wa ilikuwa tuendelelesha tu. Wakati ilikuwa mwezi wa 6 njo tukapata mafundisho training kutoka kwa Kea na Jesse kuhusu kusaving, na nyuma pale haiko kukula tu. Tulikula lakini na ingine tulikuwa na ujisha. Kila mwanamemba iko na kinyumba yake yenye alitengeneza yenye iko mboga ile shamba. Ile mboga tunaujisha. Tulianja ujisha mwezi wa 7. Wakati tulimaliza anja ujisha mwezi wa 7, ikakuwa heri ile pesa yenye tunaujisha twende tuko na weka tu pole pole. Sasa mumboga zetu kuanja mwezi wa 7 mpaka saa hii tulikuwa tumefikia $1,220,000. Ile $1,220,000 tukasema hii mboga imetoka kwa mafundisho yenye tulipata na kumsaada yenye tulipata kupitia Kea na Jesse. Sasa ifo hii pesa tukamate kidogo tuuze mambuzi ya kikundi, engine tuingize ndani ya saving. Saa hii mwanamemba kumwezi moja naujisha $1,000,000. Ile $1,000,000 yenye anaujisha kila mwezi 5,000 naingiza kwa kikundi kwa kuweka kusaving. Engine inamsaidia kunyumba. Saa hii tuko mzuri sana. Tunashukuru sana Kea na Jesse.
Project ya Kea na Jesse chebatu koze batu kole demi mugwa manyi. Kubanga tuina malnutrition nyingi wanu muchaka. Kulo kubula musayi abakazi beudyo ogenda n'oganda n'okamba tati omwana ukanzije mupima gamba tati no oyagala mukola cyo yagala kundokera omwana netu gamba nedde sukuloga tulaba embera zo omwana tuyagala kumanya omwana ali mu mbera ki kubanga tuina egundi eno mwakate eno mwakate bijolaba green ekugamba tati omwana ali mu mbera ki enungi bwatuka ku yero ono mwana ino kumanya tati atandise okuba mu mbera si nungi kati ino kuera no damu no somesa omuzade wo mwana natuka ku red mwana manya tali mu mbera ki mbera mbisayo nasobola kola ki okufa kati Jesse na Kea bakola baja ne batuita batu traininga kulwa kulia bulungi emere ezo kuleta amanyi yokuzimba omubiri n'okuguna kale kwegamba ebintu bibana Jesse na Kea batuyamba nnyo bambi obutufu mazima mukama bomukisa tubawe bazanyo kubanga wenjogera kati abakazi kati bali baina enimiro eyawo kitchen garden bajirina kati mubuji buli nyumba kati ne mwaka tepu twakola ki twagabira buli mukazi ajirina mu nyumba kati kwegamba embera egende kola ki egende ekyuka kusinzira ku mirimu gye bakoze Jesse na Care enewe mukama abawo mukisa nnyo.
Fill the Nutrition Gap project is a project that we are implementing in the refugee settlement, Chaka 2, in Chegegwa district, with a background that when funding reduced, the focus was on other things, including health and all the likes, and livelihoods were dropped. So people had no access to nutritious foods.
Sa Jesse na Care walikuwa hawajafika. Kwanza hapa kwetu tulikuwa tunapanda maharagi, mihindi, migomba, njoo ilikuwa yetu, hatukukuwa na jua kupanda mboga. Na watoto wetu walikuwa kumalisho ya mbaya.
Lakini wakati tulifika hapa Uganda kabisa tulikuwa napokea vizuri, nyuma wakakata mshahara, maisha ikaharibika.
So with funding from the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints and support from Care, Jesse is implementing a project called Fill the Nutrition Gap in Chaka 2 refugee settlement. We have so many components under this approach where we look at issues related to gender, we look at issues related to nutrition, we look at issues related to agriculture production, we look at issues related to monitoring and evaluation, we look at issues related to marketing. So different components, but all gearing towards food and nutrition security at household.
Lakini saa Jesse na Care walikuwa wakatupatia mafundisho kuhusu mboga. Sai mabadiliko iko kwa nyumba zetu, watoto wagonjwa tena bwaki. Sai kila kitu kyote kiko bie, tunalima mboga. Tulikuwa tunapokea kumpokero yetu ya barefugee, wanatupatia kapesa kampokero, lakini kale kapesa kampokero sai walishapunguza sana na zaidi ya sana. Sasa tulikuwa tunaishi maisha tu ya tabu, lakini sasa yenye Jesse na Care walikuwa wakatupatia mafundisho, tukiangalia mabadiliko. Hata kale kampokero kabo hawatupatie, tunalima mboga, tulilima spinaki, tukalima dodo, tukalima matungulu, tukalima karoti, tukalima aubergine. Wakati tulilima zile mboga zote, tukekuwa na sungura, wakatupatia sungura. Sungura inatupatia nyama, hatuna tena lazima saia ya